Chapter 1755. The three disciples were all extremely powerful. At this moment, they stood in front of Yi Xian. Such a terrifying formation made the Master of Destiny and the others pale. At this moment, the Master of Destiny and the others were shocked to discover that, at some point in time, Yi Xian already had the support of 4 of the 11 strongest experts. Needless to say, there was also the Master of Extreme Love, and the Master of Time and Space had a close relationship with Yi Xian. The most hateful thing was that the Destruction God and all spirits were neutral. How could the 4 of them fight against Yi Xian and the other 4? One Yi Xian was already terrifying enough, and there was also Yi Fengtian. The other 3 were not weak either. They were enough to completely crush the 4 strongest. At this moment, the sky-devouring demon lord's expression was uncertain, the Master of Chaos frowned deeply, and the Master of Destiny's expression was terrifyingly cold. The Master of Undying was wearing a ghost mask. His expression could not be seen, but his eyes were trembling slightly. Yi Dao Yu, I don't want to be your enemy. I was forced to do this. I will take my leave now. Suddenly, the masked man slowly retreated and cupped his hands towards Yi Xian. He actually fled before the battle, turning into a black ray of light that flew into the distance. Cowardly rat. As the ghost masked man fled, the Master of Destiny cursed angrily. He was already at a disadvantage. Now that the ghost masked man had left, they were even less likely to be Yi Xian's match. Fortunately, the Master of Chaos and the sky-devouring demon lord did not flee, but their expressions were terrifyingly gloomy. Yi Xian. He frowned slightly and looked in the direction that the ghost-masked man had disappeared. Obviously, he did not expect the other party to flee directly. It's him. Suddenly, Yi Xian's expression froze. A familiar face flashed through his mind, and it faintly matched the ghost-faced man that had left. Although the masked man was surrounded by the power of nirvanic extermination, that faint sense of familiarity was a technique that he had once cultivated. This allowed Yi Xian to more or less guess his identity. Interesting. To think that you've become an utmost powerful being and even took over the position of the Undying Heaven Lord. Seems like I've underestimated you. Yi Xian gave a strange smile. However, Yi Xian decided not to think about this devil-masked man for now. His priority now was to deal with these 3 supreme beings before him. Kill them. Suddenly, Yi Xian's face turned cold. He waved his hand and gave the order. The 3 disciples looked at each other, and then they exploded with terrifying might as they charged towards the Master of Destiny's group. You 3 juniors. You're courting death. The Master of Fate shouted out coldly. After all, they were all veteran supreme beings. The 3 disciples of Yi Xian were merely newcomers. Moreover, one mustn't forget that the Master of Fate and Primal Chaos were known as the number 1 and number 2 supreme beings. In addition, there was also the heaven-devouring demon lord, who was at the pinnacle of the pinnacle level. Why would the Master of Fate and Primal Chaos put the 3 disciples in their eyes? Rumble. In the ancient skies, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Instantly, the 3 disciples clashed with the Master of Fate and the others. The 6 supreme beings released their boundless might as they fought in a stalemate. Yi Xian looked on indifferently. He did not join the battle because the 3 disciples were all supreme beings. This battle could be considered as a test of their own cultivation and fighting strength. Sir, let me go and help them. The Extreme Love Master said softly. All right. Yi Xian nodded. Boom. The Extreme Love Master stepped out, and the power of Extreme Love exploded through the universe. Now that the Extreme Love Master's cultivation base had increased tremendously, as she joined the battle between the supreme beings, the entire world exploded. Rumble. Billions of miles of mountains and rivers were pierced through. The stars in the universe were falling, and the water of the 9 heavens was pouring down. The apocalyptic scene continued to appear. The 7 supreme beings were in a chaotic battle. This was a battle that had never been seen before. Each of their attacks caused unimaginable damage to the 5 regions of chaos. However, as the battle became more and more intense, the 3 disciples and Yi Qingmei gradually fell into a disadvantage. Other than Yi Fengtian, who had attained the Tao, who could hold on for a bit, the other 3 were constantly being defeated. Strong. Really strong. The Master of Chaos was known as the #1 supreme being of all time. His cultivation base was even above the Master of Fates. The sky-devouring demon master was at the pinnacle of supreme beings. Together with the Master of Fate, even the 3 disciples and the extreme love master were not a match for them. Boom! This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, the Master of Fate let out a roar. The 3 supreme beings joined forces and sent the 3 disciples and the extreme love master flying. Yi Xian, prepare to die. The Master of Fate charged towards Yi Xian in a frenzy. The Master of Chaos and the sky-devouring demon master followed closely behind. Their real target was Yi Xian, not the 3 disciples. Let's see how strong the 3 of you are. Rumble. 12 heavenly gates, eternal reincarnation. Yi Xian took a step forward. The great dream of eternity activated at the same time. His entire body exploded with an earth-shattering aura as he charged towards the 3 supreme beings. Boom! With a palm strike, the sky-devouring demon master was sent flying. His body was badly damaged. Bam! With the eternal reincarnation fist, the Master of Chaos was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed through many mountains. Die! Yi Xian's punch caused half of the Master of Fate's body to explode. His attack was too invincible. He had already surpassed the supreme beings. He did not put the 3 supreme beings in his eyes at all. Hiss. The expressions of the Space-Time Lord and the others who were watching the battle from below slightly changed as they sucked in a breath of cold air. It was all because the current Yi Xian was terrifyingly powerful and had long since exceeded their understanding. The 3 disciples and Yi Qingmei looked at each other in awe. The 3 of them did not join the battle because Yi Xian was too strong. He could actually beat the 3 supreme beings without any resistance. Attack together. Kill him. The Master of Fate roared with hatred. He repaired his body once again and roared at the Master of Chaos and the sky-devouring demon master. The 3 of them raised their fighting strength to the peak and joined forces to attack Yi Xian again. Trying to break a rock with an egg. Yi Xian laughed coldly. He had finally tested his true fighting strength. The so-called supreme beings were no match for him. He had also lost interest in this battle. Let's end this. Boom! Eternal reincarnation heavens, invincible since ancient times. Yi Xian took a step forward. The heavens and the earth exploded. The 12 heavenly gates erupted with an eternal reincarnation halo. The heaven and earth within millions of miles were distorted and shattered. Kill! Boom! Yi Xian punched through the sky-devouring demon master's chest. Large amounts of blood spurted out. The Master of Chaos was sent flying by Yi Xian's kick. His left arm had turned into a bloody mist. The Master of Fate was in an even worse state. He was torn into 2 by Yi Xian. The 3 supreme beings did not even have the strength to fight back. They all ended up in miserable states. Strong. Terrifyingly strong. So strong that there was no solution. At this moment, Yi Xian was too invincible. The 3 supreme beings were as weak as babies in front of him. Buzz. In the next moment, the 3 supreme beings activated their secret techniques and rapidly recovered from their injuries. However, their faces were pale. They had never looked so serious before. Their auras were extremely weak. They were no match for him. They did not even have the chance to fight back. The three supreme beings had to admit that they could only become lambs waiting to be slaughtered when facing Yi Xian. This was a battle on a completely different level. Chapter 1756. Fellow Taoists, please stop. Suddenly, the Spacetime Master stood in front of Yi Xian and the three supreme beings. This caused Yi Xian to frown slightly. He was just about to unleash a ruthless attack to finish off the three supreme beings. However, since the Spacetime Master had stepped in, Yi Xian still had to give him face. This also caused him to temporarily stop and see what the Spacetime Master had to say. Yi Dao Yu, today you have defeated all the supreme beings and can be said to be invincible in the chaos. Why don't you let them live? The Spacetime Master said in a low voice. This. Yi Xian frowned. He did not want to agree to the Spacetime Master's request, but the Spacetime Master was pleading with him. He owed the Spacetime Master a favor, so it would not be good if he did not agree. Since you are pleading for them, I will give you face. However, I have a condition. If Chaos and Fate hand over the heaven-shattering cauldron, I will let them live today, Yi Xian said in a low voice. As Yi Xian's words fell, the Spacetime Master's expression changed slightly. Behind him, the Chaos Master and Fate Master's expressions were extremely gloomy. Yi Xian, you are very ambitious. So you want our heaven-shattering cauldron? All of a sudden. The Fate Master walked out slowly. At this moment, his face was calm and emotionless, but his eyes were terrifyingly cold as they stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, do you really think you have won? The Fate Master said unfathomably. Fate, back off. The Spacetime Master's expression changed, and he hurriedly advised Fate to stop. In fact, he had come out to mediate because he did not want to see the Fate Master and Yi Xian fight to the death. One must know that Chaos and Fate Masters were known as the three strongest beings in the chaotic universe. Their true strength lay in their ability to control the three winding rivers. This was their true trump card. However, controlling the three winding rivers was extremely dangerous. If they made a mistake, there would be the danger of a backlash, especially in a battle of the same level. If the three rivers weren't properly controlled, half of the Chaos Verse would be destroyed. That wasn't something the Spacetime Lord wanted to see. Spacetime, as you can see, it's not that I don't want to let them go, it's that they want to be my enemy. Don't blame me for not giving you face. Yi Xian laughed coldly. Yi Xian, I have to admit that you are indeed very strong. So strong that you can completely dominate me. The Master of Destiny pushed the Master of Spacetime away and slowly walked towards Yi Xian. The power of destiny pulsed around him, and a mysterious and profound aura slowly rose around him. The entire world began to darken. However, it's all over now. Today, I will personally kill you and let you know what true fate is. The Master of Fate spoke emotionlessly. The power of fate pulsing around his body sped up. The River of Fate. Yi Xian laughed. He had seen through the Master of Fate's trump card with a single sentence. There wasn't the slightest ripple of emotion on his face. He had long since anticipated this outcome. You will never know how terrifying the River of Fate is. You were able to force me to use my final trump card. You can be considered to have died a worthy death, the Master of Fate barked coldly. You want to use the River of Fate to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. Yi Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly looking at Fate. Everything was going according to Yi Xian's plan. He had calculated everything. He wanted to properly experience the so-called River of Fate. He didn't appear to be afraid at all. At this moment, the strongest of all time posed no challenge to Yi Xian. Yi Xian set his sights even further. He wanted to see just how powerful the River of Fate was. Moreover, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was Yi Xian's conjecture about the River of Fate. The river of time and space walked out of the shadow of eternity. A taboo character walked out of the river of chaos. If Yi Xian's conjecture wasn't wrong, perhaps there was also a taboo character hidden in the river of fate. Rumble. The ancient times were in turmoil. Fate was surging. That mysterious aura was connected to the universe. The sound of surging waves could be heard continuously. Yi Xian, I will consign you to eternal damnation. Whoosh, whoosh. The sky trembled and the world rumbled. The master of fate roared with hatred. His entire body was glowing. This was the light of fate. He was chanting a mysterious scripture in a hurry. He was frantically summoning the river of fate. The rumbling sound of waves could be heard. The entire world began to distort slightly. A bright and clear river was faintly discernible in the sky. It traversed the entire sky. An unimaginable pressure appeared, causing one's heart to tremble violently. Rumble. Fate surged and large waves poured down. The eternal river of fate finally appeared. The bright and pure river surged between heaven and earth, and even Yi Xian's expression became heavy. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Even though Yi Xian had opened the 12 heavenly gates and his cultivation base and combat strength had long surpassed the strongest, the appearance of the river of fate still made his heart tremble violently. The three rivers of eternity seemed to have existed since the beginning of the Chaos Verse, or even the Chaos Verse before that. Yi Xian had to admit that with his current cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the river of fate. He would be completely annihilated by the river of fate. Yi Xian, your time of death has come. Go to hell. Rumble. At this moment, the master of fate was crazy and ferocious. He, who had summoned the river of fate, was already extremely powerful. Because he could use the river of fate to fight, he was confident that he could kill Yi Xian. Fate. The master of fate's 5 fingers slammed down on Yi Xian. The river of fate that ran through heaven and earth surged with monstrous waves. A huge wave of fate poured down and suppressed Yi Xian. Let's see how capable you are. Yi Xian smiled arrogantly. Not only did he not retreat, but he also defied the heavens. The 12 heavenly gates rotated and the Tongtian reincarnation halo bloomed on his body. Break for me. Yi Xian threw out a punch and the eternal reincarnation suppressed the world. This punch directly shattered the huge wave of fate. The invincible fist light pierced through heaven and earth and went straight for the master of fate. How is this possible? Such a terrifying scene shocked the master of fate so much that he roared furiously. This attack of his was an attack that had mobilized the river of fate. How could Yi Xian shatter it with a single punch and kill him instead? The master of fate was not the only one who was panicking. The many utmost powerful beings who had been watching the battle were shocked as well. They could not believe their eyes. Even though they knew that Yi Xian was very, very strong, the river of fate had existed since time immemorial. The power it contained was unimaginable. How could Yi Xian defend against it? No, not defend. He went against the flow and shattered the attack of fate with a single punch. As long as fate is not destroyed, my body is immortal. The master of fate roared furiously. The river of fate surged and poured down a shocking water screen that protected the master of fate. Boom! The world exploded as the water screen surged. Yi Xian's punch finally landed on the body of the master of fate. However, it was blocked by the water screen of fate. Chapter 1757. You still have a long way to go. Yi Xian grinned maliciously. The 12 heavenly gates rumbled and vibrated. The light of reincarnation surged into Yi Xian's body and extended from his arm to his fist, erupting with a terrifying destructive power. Bang! One punch. One punch of eternal reincarnation. This punch shattered the water curtain of fate and ruthlessly smashed into the Master of Fate's chest, sending him flying. Chi! The Master of Fate was sent flying thousands of miles away. Fortunately, Yi Xian's punch was blocked by the power of the River of Fate, so it didn't have any effect on the Master of Fate. However, this also made the Master of Fate's hair stand on end. How could Yi Xian be so powerful to such a terrifying extent? Could it be that even the River of Fate couldn't kill him? I don't believe it. The Master of Destiny flew over. His face was ferocious as he roared. His hands formed one mysterious spell after another as he crazily activated the River of Destiny to support himself. He wanted to completely annihilate Yi Xian here. Whoosh, whoosh. The River of Fate surged. Under the Master of Fate's frantic urging, the River of Fate poured out hundreds of huge waves of fate and surrounded the Master of Fate. Go to hell. Rumble. The Master of Fate charged towards Yi Xian like a madman. At this moment, he had already urged the River of Fate to its limit. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill Yi Xian in this battle. Bang! Yi Xian raised his fist and punched back. He directly fought with the Master of Fate. Bang! 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 The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Everything turned to dust. Yi Xian and the Master of Fate fought. Their figures intertwined as they attacked each other. It could be said that the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. It had to be said that the Master of Fate's combat strength had indeed reached an extremely terrifying level after being strengthened by the River of Fate. He was actually evenly matched with Yi Xian. Yi Xian, I want your life. The Master of Fate roared as he attacked Yi Xian with even greater ferocity. His fate arts were unleashed in a frenzy, and when combined with the power of the River of Fate, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. Yi Xian also furiously fought back, leaving the Master of Fate helpless. No matter how much the Master of Fate wanted to kill Yi Xian, even with the support of the River of Fate and the destruction of millions upon millions of miles, Yi Xian was still unharmed, not at all at a disadvantage. But what Fate King didn't know was that while he was madly attacking Yi Xian was also using terrifying methods to suppress him. The two of them seemed to be exchanging blows. But upon closer inspection, one would discover that Yi Xian seemed to be absent-minded, constantly observing the changes in the River of Fate from the corner of his eye. At first, this situation didn't attract the attention of others, but as time passed, the first person to discover Yi Xian's abnormality was the Master of Fate. This was because the Master of Fate was madly attacking Yi Xian, wanting to use the River of Fate to kill Yi Xian. However, he was unable to take down Yi Xian. When the Master of Destiny accidentally discovered that Yi Xian had been staring at the River of Destiny the entire time, as if treating him as a puppet for training, this caused him to be both shocked and angry. His heart was filled with extreme shame and anger. The Master of Fate wasn't the only one who noticed this situation. The other supreme experts also noticed it, and their hearts trembled. Facing such terrifying attacks from the Master of Fate, Yi Xian actually had the mood to observe the River of Fate. This simply overturned their understanding. Could it be that Yi Xian was so powerful that he didn't fear the River of Fate's power? In fact, these people didn't know that it wasn't that Yi Xian didn't fear the River of Fate's power. He could feel the terror of the River of Fate more. It was just that the Master of Fate could only use a portion of the River of Fate's power to strengthen himself. This didn't pose any threat to Yi Xian. If the Master of Fate could control the entire River of Fate, Yi Xian would turn around and leave without a word. Unfortunately, the Master of Fate didn't have this ability. He was already at his limit. Still not showing up. Boom. 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 Yi Xian suppressed the Master of Fate while paying attention to the changes in the River of Fate. A huge doubt arose in his heart. Could it be that his deduction was wrong? Yi Xian, you dare to humiliate me? The Master of Fate was furious. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't treat him as an opponent at all. Even when he drew out the River of Fate, he still ignored him. It's really boring. Yi Xian was finally disappointed because the River of Fate didn't change at all. Only this trash, the Master of Fate, was talking endlessly. You can go die now. Yi Xian lost interest in this boring battle. His attention finally landed on the Master of Fate, and a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Halberd, come. Whine. Yi Xian's glabella shone intensely. The heaven-destroying halberd rippled out and turned into a 3-meter-long halberd that fell into his hands. Eternal Dream. Kill. Yi Xian struck out with his halberd. This halberd pierced through the heavens and the starry sky and even destroyed reincarnation. It went straight for the Master of Fate's glabella, wanting to completely destroy his divine soul. Hiss. Faced with Yi Xian's all-destroying attack, the Master of Fate took a deep breath. He roared crazily and activated the River of Fate, summoning a curtain of water to block in front of him. He wanted to resist Yi Xian's attack. What a pity. He had overestimated himself. With Yi Xian's current 12 heavenly gates cultivation, even if he activated the River of Fate, he wouldn't be a match for Yi Xian. Boom! The heaven-destroying halberd shattered the curtain of water. Although the halberd's power had dissipated by more than half, it still went straight for the Master of Fate's glabella. I'll fight it out with you. The Master of Fate roared at the top of his lungs. He didn't care about the backlash from the River of Fate and activated the River of Fate's power beyond his limits. Arg! The Master of Fate roared with hatred. Even if his soul was destroyed today, he had to drag Yi Xian down with him. Rumble. The shocking light curtain of fate appeared and blocked Yi Xian's fatal attack for the Master of Fate. Arg! In the next moment, the Master of Fate screamed in pain. This was because he had activated the River of Fate's power crazily. This power wasn't under his control at all and it started to devour his body. I'll kill you. Even though he was being devoured by the River of Fate, the Master of Fate still roared with hatred. He wanted to kill Yi Xian in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, Yi Xian retreated with a loud bang and didn't look at the Master of Destiny again. The Master of Destiny struggled to move as he clutched his head in pain and screamed miserably. It was all because the power of the River of Destiny that he had attracted was currently crazily melting his flesh and blood. Why is it like this? The Master of Fate was badly mutilated. He knelt in the void and roared with hatred. The backlash was getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, it was getting out of his control. Unfortunately, Yi Xian ignored him like he was air. His eyes gradually turned serious as he looked at the River of Fate. Splash! 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 Waves of fate rose and fell. Finally, there was a slight change in the depths of the River of Fate. The pure River of Fate was surging slightly and a faintly discernible figure was floating on the surface of the water. It really appeared. Yi Xian's eyes shone. His deduction was correct. There was a taboo character in the River of Fate. Chapter 1758. Thump. 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 The River of Destiny was turbulent as waves of destiny surged out. The mysterious figure finally emerged from the surface of the water, but rays of death coiled around him. His eyes were emotionless and cold. His scarlet eyes were terrifying, and he was looking at everyone in the outside world through the River of Destiny. Everyone who met his gaze shuddered. However, when this forbidden figure's gaze met Yi Xian's, his scarlet eyes suddenly focused, and he couldn't move his gaze away for a long time. Rumble. Something terrifying happened. When Yi Xian met the forbidden figure's gaze, just the contact of their gazes caused monstrous waves to surge in the River of Destiny. Yi Xian. He narrowed his eyes and looked directly at this person. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear because this person was a forbidden figure. Instead, he was examining this person through the river of destiny. His entire body was covered in death energy and rays of death. Only his scarlet eyes were terrifying, and there wasn't the slightest bit of vitality around him. However, he faintly gave Yi Xian an extremely great sense of threat. Very strong. Terrifyingly strong. Even Yi Xian's heart was trembling slightly. At this moment, all of the utmost powerful beings exchanged glances with one another in horror. All of their eyes were filled with trepidation. That was because they could already sense that this person in the river of fate was an existence that could shock the entire world. Furthermore, he was the legendary taboo being. The world was deathly silent, and there was no sound at all. Only the sound of the surging river of destiny could be heard. Everyone breathed carefully as if they were afraid of attracting the attention of this forbidden figure. Who dares to say that they're invincible? The eternal universe, the reincarnation of heaven and earth. I've finally awakened in this era. This mysterious forbidden figure's voice was hoarse and stiff like metal rubbing against each other. However, his voice was getting softer and softer, and it gave off an incomprehensible feeling. Rumble. In the next moment, something even more terrifying happened. This forbidden figure suddenly raised his head, and the rays of death around him shook the world. His scarlet eyes flickered intensely, and the river of destiny was actually flowing in reverse. The surging river water was flowing in reverse, whoosh, after passing through the universe and shattering the universe, the waves of destiny surged out and actually lifted his body towards the outside world. Retreat. The expressions of the supreme experts changed drastically as they retreated while trembling. This was because they could feel the fear of death. This taboo character who had walked out from the river of fate brought them a great terror that they had never experienced before. However, Yi Xian didn't move. He calmly stood in the sky and quietly watched this person walk out of the river of fate. Occasionally, a deep light would flash through his eyes. Rumble. This mysterious and taboo figure had finally walked out from the river of fate and truly appeared in the outside world. Go. What happened next was even more frightening. With a wave of his hand, the river of destiny actually strangely dissipated. After that, it transformed into an illusory river that gradually vanished from the world. Such a scene caused Yi Xian's expression to change slightly. However, he calmed down in the next moment and made some guesses in his heart. The faces of the other utmost powerful beings were grim as they retreated billions of miles away. They looked at the world from afar, wondering what kind of horrifying thing would happen with the appearance of this terrifying forbidden character. You are. The forbidden character who had walked out from the river of fate sized up Yi Xian. His scarlet eyes were slightly puzzled, which then turned into astonishment and finally into astonishment. In just an instant, various emotions appeared in his eyes. This proved that although he had just been born, his heart was very unsettled after seeing Yi Xian. He was even shocked. My name is Yi Xian. May I know who you are? Yi Xian said calmly. Yi Xian. The forbidden character shook his head slightly as his scarlet eyes dimmed. Then, he looked at Yi Xian again and said, Yi Xian is your name in this life. However, you haven't awakened the memories of your past life. No wonder you don't recognize me. But that's good too. If you awaken the memories of your past life, I might not dare to appear before you. The forbidden character who had walked out from the river of fate spoke in an unfathomable whisper. However, Yi Xian frowned when he heard it. This was not the first time Yi Xian had heard such words. Almost all the forbidden characters treated him as the reincarnation of someone. Although Yi Xian did not want to admit it, he knew clearly that he might really have a past life. After all, the dark figure who had walked out from the depths of his soul when he was undergoing the chaos punishment was proof. Who are you? Yi Xian asked the same question again. I've already forgotten my previous name and title. You can call me the Heartless Man, the forbidden character said in a hoarse voice. The Heartless Man? Yi Xian thought about it carefully and could not guess the meaning of this name. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, the Heartless Man moved. He walked towards Yi Xian step by step. The forbidden death light evaporated slightly as an unimaginable might pressed down on Yi Xian. I don't have much time left. Before the will of chaos descends, I will personally take your life. This way, I can avoid future calamities. Boom! The Heartless Man attacked without any warning. He was completely covered by the forbidden death light, making it impossible for others to see his appearance. However, his attack shattered the entire world. Rumble! A jade-like hand stretched out with a loud bang. Her slender fingers seemed to be carved from white jade, and they carried an unparalleled taboo might as they smashed towards Yi Xian to destroy him. Bang! 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 The world shook as all Dharma was destroyed. The Heartless Man's attack was terrifying to the extreme. Before it landed on Yi Xian, it had already shattered the world, revealing a vacuum world. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. From the beginning to the end, Yi Xian had been on guard against the other party. When the other party attacked, Yi Xian was already prepared. Moreover, he also wanted to see how big the gap was between him, who had opened the 12 heavenly gates, and the so-called forbidden character. Buzz! The 12 heavenly gates rotated terrifyingly. 12 reincarnation halos poured down and blessed Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was his true combat strength and also his strongest state. He had not used his true strength in the battle with the strongest of all time. Kill! Boom! Eternal reincarnation, the fist light shook the world. Yi Xian's fist smashed towards the Heartless Man. The eternal samsara fist light shook the heavens and the earth as it emitted an unparalleled might. Bang! When the fist and palm collided, all things collapsed. After an earth-shattering explosion, Yi Xian and the taboo figure both retreated. However, the power that erupted from their attacks directly spread out in all directions, causing an extremely terrifying calamity. Fight! Yi Xian roared towards the sky. His eyes were terrifyingly cold. There was even a trace of red in them as the flames of war burned in his eyes. The attack just now finally gave Yi Xian the confidence to be invincible. This was because he was not unable to fight back. Even if he was facing a forbidden character, he still had the strength to fight back. Chapter 1759. Kill! Boom! The 12 heavenly gates moved along with Yi Xian. The heaven-destroying halberd was held in Yi Xian's hand. The eternal dream was activated and the eternal reincarnation fist was unleashed. 12 heavenly gates. Reincarnation fist. Heaven-destroying halberd. Facing Yi Xian's attack, the eyes of the Heartless who called himself a taboo character moved slightly. The forbidden death ray rumbled and a pair of slender jade-like hands reached out. Yi Xian was not afraid at all. He had opened the 12 heavenly gates and his cultivation had long surpassed the omnipotent. Even if he was not as strong as a taboo character, he was in an invincible position. Slash! Yi Xian slashed out with his halberd. It was as if he wanted to split the entire world apart. The sky was sliced into two by him, revealing a terrifying crack that covered the sky. Break! The Heartless scarlet eyes flickered violently. The forbidden death ray around him became stronger and stronger. A pair of slender jade-like hands slammed towards Yi Xian's halberd. Bang! There was a shocking explosion and the sky shattered. The two of them collided again. However, this time, Yi Xian was sent flying. On the other hand, the Heartless did not move. It was obvious that he had the upper hand in this attack. One had to admit that taboo characters were indeed terrifying, especially this person who had walked out of the river of destiny. His cultivation was definitely not below the eternal shadow. Again. Yi Xian was blasted flying, but he didn't suffer any injuries. His entire body returned once more, and an ancient, profound, and mysterious aura appeared around him. Eternal dream. Rumble. Yi Xian's figure changed terrifyingly. Mysterious smoke rose from his body, making him look inexplicably illusory. His entire body released an aura that made one's heart tremble. The Heartless cried out in surprise. However, his entire body was covered by the death ray. It was impossible to see his face and expression. However, this cry of surprise clearly proved that he was shocked by Yi Xian's technique. Attack. Rumble. In the next moment, Yi Xian had already rushed forward. A terrifying death ray rose from his body. The 12 heavenly gates turned as black as ink. It was as if he had turned into a taboo at this moment. How is this possible? How do you know the attack technique of that old man's 8 taboo techniques? The Heartless man spoke in surprise as his entire body retreated. However, his jade-like hands were flying in the air as he shot out thick rays of forbidden death light in an attempt to suppress Yi Xian. Attack. As soon as the attack character technique was activated, Yi Xian's combat strength increased at a terrifying rate. Moreover, at this moment, not only was he using the attack character technique, but he was also using the profundities of the Calamity Transcender transformation. Boom! Boom! Halberd Sky, Reincarnation Burying World. At this moment, Yi Xian was too unfathomable and terrifying. Every time he slashed out with his halberd, it would cause a shocking death aura. He was actually able to use forbidden power, which simply shocked the Heartless man. Not to mention the taboo characters fighting Yi Xian at this moment, even the many supreme experts watching the battle hundreds of millions of miles away gasped at this moment. They all guessed in horror. Could it be that Yi Xian had already stepped into the legendary taboo realm? What a taboo secret technique! It can actually deduce the taboo death ray. However, a fake is still a fake. You have only opened the 12 heavenly gates. Even with this taboo secret technique, you are still no match for me. How shrewd was the Heartless man. He was a taboo character who had lived for countless years. He could tell at a glance that Yi Xian's forbidden death ray was only activated by a shocking taboo secret technique. However, what surprised the Heartless man was that Yi Xian was currently using the attack formula. This was the offensive technique of the old man's 8 taboo techniques. How did Yi Xian learn it? No one knew that old man better than him. This old man had existed for much longer than him, especially his 8 taboo techniques. Each of them could be considered a taboo technique. Moreover, when the 8 techniques were combined, it could evolve into an earth-shattering taboo technique. Although this technique was not as powerful as a taboo heavenly technique, it still surpassed ordinary taboo secret techniques. It could be said to be that old man's trump card. Boom! Yi Xian struck out with his halberd. Under the activation of the eternal dream, this halberd was filled with the forbidden death ray, as if it could annihilate everything in the world. It's just the attack formula. It's just one of the 8 taboo techniques. If you had learned all of the 8 taboo techniques, you might still have a chance to hurt me. However, you are still far from it. The Heartless man shouted coldly. His jade-like hand reached out from the death ray again. He directly drew a mysterious symbol in the void and suppressed Yi Xian. Bang! This symbol was surrounded by darkness and was filled with a terrifying death ray. It actually sent Yi Xian flying. Rumble. Eternal dream, unparalleled physical body, 12 heavenly gates as black as ink. Yi Xian's flying figure suddenly stopped and then turned back. 8 taboo techniques. Yi Xian smiled strangely. His aura became deeper and more terrifying. The aura of the eternal dream kept flowing on his body. Illusion. Rumble. Heaven and earth changed. 10,000 techniques appeared. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying thing happened. Countless Yi Xians appeared within hundreds of millions of miles of heaven and earth. They densely covered the sky and covered the earth. It was impossible to tell how many Yi Xians there were, nor which one was his real body. 8 Taboo Techniques, Illusion Formula. The heartless man held his breath. He did not expect Yi Xian to know a second secret technique. 8 Taboo Techniques, Chaos Formula. Rumble. Heaven and earth turned dark. Heaven and earth were no longer heaven and earth were no longer earth. 10,000 techniques fell silent and the void distorted. Bang! 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 The stars shifted positions and hung upside down in the sky. Stars fell and then floated in the sky. They lit up one by one, forming an indescribable taboo death array. 8 Taboo Techniques, Formation Formula. Qi. Qi. The slaughter of heaven and earth, annihilating all living things. Streaks of black light condensed from nothingness and turned into streaks of shocking dark sword light. They hung upside down in the sky and released peerless killing intent that could penetrate through the ages. 8 Taboo Techniques, Kill Formula. Unparalleled throughout eternity, monstrous and terrifying. When Yi Xian consecutively used the 8 taboo techniques, the heartless man's scarlet eyes were trembling in fear. He could not believe his eyes. In addition to the attack formula from before, Yi Xian had already used 5 of the 8 taboo techniques. This was simply unbelievable. One had to know that old fellow regarded the 8 taboo techniques as his life. Even if he imparted one technique to Yi Xian, it was already cutting off his flesh. Imparting 2 techniques was already the limit. How could he impart more than half of the 8 taboo techniques? The heartless man did not know that apart from these 5 techniques, Yi Xian still had the inverse formula. Otherwise, this taboo figure would definitely be shocked. Myriad Beast Slaughter. Suddenly, without waiting for the heartless man to recover from his shock, Yi Xian used another great technique, shocking the heartless man so much that his eyes twitched violently. Roar. A terrifying beast shadow appeared in the sky and let out a ferocious roar. This was the ancestor of all beasts' unique forbidden technique. At this moment, Yi Xian had also used it. You are indeed capable. At this moment, the heartless man finally began to take Yi Xian seriously. He had already understood that although Yi Xian was not a taboo technique, his methods were simply shocking. In fact, the heartless man did not know that the technique Yi Xian used was not something he had learned. The truly terrifying thing was his eternal dream. That's right, it was the eternal dream. As mentioned before, Yi Xian had reincarnated countless times in the eternal dream. He had transformed into countless people and had even deduced the techniques of these people. He naturally did not let off a taboo figure. Of the so-called 8 taboo techniques, Yi Xian only knew the inverse formula and the attack formula. He had not imparted the other 6 techniques to him at all. However, in the eternal dream, Yi Xian had transformed into the eternal shadow and deduced the other 8 taboo techniques on his own. Of course, Yi Xian had only deduced 4 techniques. This was already his limit. He was still unable to deduce the complete 8 taboo techniques. However, this was already very terrifying. It was enough to prove the power of the eternal dream. Although it was not as good as the taboo heavenly techniques, it had surpassed the taboo great technique. This was also why Yi Xian was confident that he could fight a taboo figure and remain undefeated. He was relying on the eternal dream. Chapter 1760. 1,000 overlapping shadows, 10,000 overlapping bodies. How strange was the forbidden 8 techniques, illusion. Under Yi Xian's activation of the great dream of eternity, his figure filled the entire world, as if there were tens of thousands of him. Fight! The 8 forbidden techniques were unleashed, and the 5 techniques of illusory formation, chaotic killing technique were unleashed at the same time. There were even beast shadows that blotted out the sky and roared in the sky. The 12 heavenly gates rotated terrifyingly, and the destructive attacks were directed at the heartless man. You do have some ability. Facing Yi Xian's boundless technique, the heartless man coldly spoke. His jade-like hands flew in the air, and even the heavens and earth were collapsing in a terrifying manner. Rumble. Countless Yi Xian were attacking the heartless man, and the forbidden array was pouring down with magical light. There was also the shocking sword light from the kill character that was sweeping over, but they were all blocked by this forbidden figure. Without entering the forbidden realm, you are still far from it. Rumble. The heartless man's jade-like hands covered the sky. It was unknown what technique he used, but he actually shot out terrifying forbidden death rays that constantly destroyed Yi Xian's various great techniques. Bang! 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 The world was in chaos as the sky collapsed. Yi Xian's figure appeared, the heaven-punishing halberd in his hand piercing through the starry sky. The eternal dream was activated to the extreme, transforming into a forbidden power that fought the heartless man crazily. Boom! The heartless man's jade-like hands slapped the heaven-punishing halberd, sending Yi Xian and his halberd flying. However, Yi Xian instantly turned back and pierced the heartless man's forehead with his halberd. Chaotic Sky 7 Slaughter Halberd. Chi! Yi Xian roared ferociously as the halberd pierced through the chaos. He had been preparing for this attack for a long time, and it could be considered a true killing move. He stabbed it at the heartless man's forehead. Rumble. The world darkened as the chaotic Sky 7 Slaughter Halberd and the heaven-punishing halberd displayed unparalleled ferocity. The black light on the halberd's tip made the heartless man feel suffocated. Wheel of Fate. Rumble. Something shocking and strange happened. The heartless man formed a seal with his hands, and a wisp of forbidden death light surged in his hands. A dark rune condensed, and it actually circulated with an extremely strange power of destiny. Bang! The heartless man threw out a dark rune, which collided with the heaven-destroying halberd in an instant. A blinding light burst out, and the world was instantly shattered. Rumble. This power was too terrifying. It directly swept through hundreds of millions of miles of heaven and earth. Even the stars in the chaotic starry sky fell one after another, causing a great calamity to the 5 regions of chaos. Retreat. The expressions of the various supreme beings who were watching the battle from afar changed drastically. This was because the power that the 2 of them had unleashed was far too frightening. Even if it was just the aftershocks, it was extremely likely that they would be severely injured. Chi. Chi. The various utmost powerful beings once again distanced themselves from the battlefield. As for the Master of Fate, he had already awoken from the backlash. It was all thanks to the appearance of the heartless man that the river of fate had dissipated. Otherwise, the Master of Fate would have died from the backlash of the river of fate. Damn it! Looking at the battle between Yi Xian and the mysterious forbidden figure, the Master of Fate glared hatefully at Yi Xian. His eyes were filled with fear and indignation. At this moment, the difference between him and Yi Xian was too great. The 2 of them were not on the same level at all. Wanting to kill Yi Xian was simply wishful thinking. Leave! Without any hesitation or delay, the Master of Fate turned into a beam of light and shot off into the distance. He actually left this battlefield and fled into the distance. Yi Xian naturally noticed the Master of Fate's escape, but he did not have the time to stop him. This was because the heartless man was attacking him. Moreover, the great technique that he used was extremely terrifying. The cycle of the heavens, the birth and death of all things. The heartless man was channeling some kind of great forbidden technique. His jade-like hands flew up, and the heavens collapsed and the earth collapsed. The terrifying forbidden power wreaked havoc in the vast sky, turning into streaks of black light that shot towards Yi Xian. Kill! Yi Xian crazily roared. The heaven-punishing halberd slashed through the vast sky, and the great dream of eternity combined with all kinds of great forbidden techniques was unleashed. He shattered the countless streaks of black light and once again clashed with the heartless man. Bang! 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 They fought from the sky to the ground, from the ground to the sky, until the two of them fled into the vast starry sky. All kinds of great forbidden techniques and destructive attacks were constantly unleashed. Stars exploded, and the sea of stars evaporated. One great star after another fell to the ground, and from time to time, blood would sprinkle from the starry sky, accompanied by angry roars. Boom! Suddenly, there was an earth-shaking explosion, and the two of them appeared in the sky once more. But this time, neither of them made a move. They stared at each other from afar, killing intent emanating from them. Blood! Blood! A stream of blood flowed from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. His face was somewhat pale, and the 12 heavenly gates behind him seemed somewhat dim. Clearly, Yi Xian had been injured in this crazy battle with this forbidden character. On the other hand, the heartless man was still shrouded in the forbidden light, and the power around him had not weakened at all. From this, one could see that this forbidden character was too terrifying. Even though Yi Xian had opened the 12 heavenly gates, he was clearly no match for him. You're not bad. To be able to fight me to this extent is enough for you to be proud. Unfortunately, everything ends here. It's time for this farce to come to an end. Rumble. The next moment, the heartless man stretched out his arms, and a black light rose behind him like a blazing black sun. It was an extremely strange heavenly gate. The immortal heavenly gate? Yi Xian looked on in horror. No. No. This was the immortal heavenly gate formed by the combination of the 12 heavenly gates. Yi Xian suddenly came to his senses and saw the crux of the matter at a glance. Moreover, when the heartless man took out this heavenly gate of darkness, his aura grew at a terrifying rate. A feeling of palpitations grew in Yi Xian's heart, accompanied by a great terror of life and death. Strong. Very strong. So strong that it made Yi Xian's heart palpitate, and a deep sense of helplessness grew in his heart. Just in terms of cultivation, he was no match for this person. The 12 heavenly gates have existed since ancient times. This is a primal chaos taboo. You haven't even combined the 12 heavenly gates, so how can you fight me? The heartless man spoke coldly. What was even more terrifying was that the heavenly gate of darkness was gradually fusing with him. This part of the world turned into boundless darkness, accompanied by an aura of death that covered the sky and earth. Kacha. Streaks of black lightning streaked across the world, and the terrifying black lightning flickered. When the heavenly gate of darkness completely fused with the heartless man, he suddenly erupted with an unimaginably terrifying might. Just his aura alone made Yi Xian's breathing become heavy. This is the Forbidden Realm. Yi Xian muttered solemnly. Clearly, the heartless man was a forbidden character. He had already cultivated the 12 heavenly gates and combined the heavenly gates. He had even broken through this realm and transformed into a forbidden character. However, Yi Xian felt that something was wrong. If he also combined the 12 heavenly gates and cultivated the immortal realm to perfection, could it be that his next realm was also a forbidden one? Chapter 1761. No. There must be something wrong. Yi Xian had a feeling that although the taboo figure also cultivated the 12 heavenly gates, it was definitely different from his. However, Yi Xian couldn't pinpoint the exact difference. This left him extremely puzzled. Cadaveric aura. Suddenly. A ray of light suddenly flashed through Yi Xian's mind. He stared fixedly at the heartless man. Only then did he realize something that he'd overlooked. It was the cadaveric aura that surrounded the taboo figure. The taboo figure in front of him, who had walked out of the river of destiny, didn't have any aura of a living person. His entire body was filled with cadaveric aura. It wasn't just him. Shadow of eternity. There was also the taboo figure who had walked out of the river of chaos. There was also the ancestor of all beasts. Their bodies were filled with cadaveric aura. There was no sign of life at all. And this was the biggest difference between him and them. As for the taboo power Yi Xian had just conjured, it was only powered by the great dream of eternity. There was still a huge difference in essence. Do you feel it? This is the power of a taboo. This game should end. I'll send you on your way. Rumble. The heartless man strolled across the sky. At this moment, he revealed his true cultivation level. It was also the cultivation level of a taboo figure. You've taken a wrong path. Suddenly, Yi Xian's eyes were deep as he suddenly said this. However, it was also Yi Xian's words that made the heartless man's figure stop. The cadaveric aura that surrounded him trembled in terror. What nonsense are you talking about? The heartless man shouted coldly. He pretended to be calm, but his trembling body had already betrayed his heart. You're not a living person at all. You're just a dead person. No, you can also be called a living dead. It's not just you. The other taboo figures are the same. They are just living dead like you. Your cultivation has all taken a wrong path. Am I right? Yi Xian boldly deduced. You sure have a lot of nonsense. However, you will still die today. I definitely won't wait for the day you awaken in the future. Rumble. Clearly, the heartless man did not want to answer Yi Xian's question. He raised his hand, and forbidden death rays that filled the sky surged out, turning into a terrifying forbidden killing technique that was about to crush Yi Xian. You can't kill me. Boom. Yi Xian was not afraid at all. The 12 heavenly gates were impenetrable as they rotated behind him. Those streaks of reincarnation halos were Yi Xian's strongest trump card. He was not afraid of the opponent's forbidden death ray at all. Kill. The heartless man clearly trembled, but he still resolutely attacked. This attack directly shattered the eternal sky, and it carried with it an earth-shattering forbidden might as it smashed towards Yi Xian. Retreat. Yi Xian wasn't stupid enough to take the attack head-on. With the protection of the 12 heavenly gates, he retreated frantically in order to avoid the opponent's forbidden killing technique. Rumble. Everything within 1 trillion kilometers was reduced to dust. The stars in the sky dimmed. This attack could be considered a world-destroying technique, but Yi Xian still managed to dodge it. However, a stream of blood flowed out from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. Let's see how long you can last. The heartless man had clearly lost his patience. He condensed another forbidden technique, but this time, before he could do anything, something extremely terrifying happened. Rumble. The eternal universe's heavenly might was unfathomable. A face that blotted out the sky appeared, and a pair of emotionless eyes opened slightly in the firmament. The will of the chaos verse had descended. Boom. A layer of scarlet clouds unfurled as scarlet bolts of lightning leapt about in the clouds. Just the appearance of the cloud was enough to make the world explode in a terrifying manner. The destructive power was enough to shatter the souls of people. Crack. Suddenly, a crimson lightning bolt leaped out of the clouds, transforming into a shocking bolt of lightning that struck the heartless man, Arg. The scarlet blood lightning struck the heartless man's body, ignoring the forbidden death ray on his body and causing him to be bathed in blood. Black smoke continuously evaporated from his body, accompanied by his miserable cries of pain. His miserable screams were worse than death. Just the heartless man's miserable screams alone were enough to make Yi Xian's scalp tingle. Clearly, the mysterious lightning bolt had caused this forbidden figure to suffer an unimaginable calamity. Damn it! The heartless man roared hatefully. He looked up at the face in the firmament and the crimson lightning clouds, his eyes filled with deep indignation and fear. However, he could only look helpless. Consider yourself lucky today. Don't fall into my hands. Rumble. The heartless man glared hatefully at Yi Xian. He formed a seal with both hands to condense a forbidden technique, seemingly suppressing his cultivation once more. His aura became extremely faint, and then he transformed into a black beam that fled into the cosmos. Clearly, the descent of the will of the chaos made him not dare to stay any longer. He needed to find a place where he could hide from the will of the chaos. Only then could he avoid this calamity. You want to leave? It won't be that easy. Yi Xian sneered. He wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. As the saying went, beat a drowning dog. There was no way he'd let this person go. Yi Xian took a step forward and fled into the cosmos as well. He chased after the heartless man with great speed. Master? Sir? The Extreme Love Master and the others, who were billions of miles away, cried out in alarm. However, Yi Xian had already vanished into the cosmos, and it was too late for them to stop him. What did it mean to beat a drowning dog? What did it mean to hit a drowning dog? At this moment, Yi Xian fully understood the meaning of these two phrases. The forbidden figure who'd walked out of the river of destiny was frantically fleeing through the cosmos. The crimson lightning clouds chased after him, occasionally striking him with terrifying bolts of lightning. Miserable! Miserable! It was unknown what kind of power this thundercloud had, but it completely ignored the death ray on the forbidden figure. Every strike caused blood to splatter everywhere, accompanied by the heartless man's mournful roars. Originally, he should have hidden himself as soon as he'd walked out of the river of destiny. He shouldn't have unleashed his forbidden power to kill Yi Xian. Now, not only had he failed to kill Yi Xian, but he'd also attracted the descent of the chaotic will, which had given him a terrifying death tribulation. If the crimson lightning clouds continued to pursue him, he'd be severely injured even if he didn't die. Moreover, Yi Xian was hitting a drowning dog. He was frantically chasing after this forbidden figure, constantly striking him with all kinds of forbidden techniques. Coupled with the tribulation from the crimson lightning clouds, it could be said that he'd forced this forbidden figure into a dead end. You're despicable. The forbidden figure who'd walked out of the river of destiny roared furiously, frantically fleeing into the depths of the cosmos. He wanted nothing more than to grind Yi Xian's bones to dust. Let's see where you can run to. Yi Xian laughed sinisterly. He didn't care how the other party cursed him, because this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 1762. Crimson Blood Tribulation Cloud, Escape Through the Starry Skies. The taboo character who had walked out of the river of destiny was facing a great tribulation, accompanied by Yi Xian's frantic pursuit. It could be said that he was extremely aggrieved the moment he was born. He did not care about Yi Xian. What he was truly afraid of was the tribulation cloud that was chasing him. This tribulation targeted the taboo death power on his body, making it impossible for him to resist. Crack! A blood tear as thick as a water bucket struck his body, causing the taboo character to groan as the death light around him began to shatter. Boom! Yi Xian hit him while he was down. It could be said that he was beating a drowning dog. He unleashed all sorts of vicious techniques, forcing the taboo character to defend himself in a sorry state. Flee! The taboo character who had walked out of the river of destiny fled frantically. His speed was so fast that it could move heaven and earth. It was unknown how many stars and waves turned into ashes behind him. PCHT. Yi Xian pursued him frantically, having no intention of letting him go. After all, such a good opportunity was too rare. If he could suppress this taboo character, he would definitely be able to obtain a lot of useful information. Time passed, and the starry skies were in turmoil. As Yi Xian continued to pursue the taboo character, the two gradually entered the depths of the chaotic universe. The surrounding stars were almost gone, and the various laws were gradually reduced. What surprised Yi Xian the most was that the tribulation cloud formed by the chaotic will was gradually fading. It was only when the taboo character fled into a desolate and withered planet that the tribulation cloud finally dissipated. Yi Xian's figure came to a halt as he looked at the withered planet in front of him. His brows were slightly knitted together. To pursue or not to pursue? At this moment, the tribulation cloud had dissipated without a trace. This taboo character had fled into this planet. It would be very difficult for him to suppress him with his current cultivation. Pursue. In just an instant, Yi Xian made a decision. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait until he broke through to the next realm before he could suppress the taboo character. Boom! Yi Xian took a step forward and turned into a beam of light that entered the withered planet, disappearing into the starry skies. The sky was vast, the ground was vast, and it was a stretch of desolation. As far as the eye could see, there wasn't even the slightest bit of vitality. This place was filled with withering and deathly stillness, and not even a single green leaf could be seen. Only endless scorched earth filled this place, and it was even more so filled with desolation. This was the scene that appeared in front of Yi Xian, which made Yi Xian frown slightly. If this was just a desolate and lifeless planet, Yi Xian wouldn't be surprised. What truly surprised him was that the laws of this planet didn't exist, the spiritual energy wasn't present, and even the primal chaos of the heavens didn't appear. The last days. Suddenly, Yi Xian's entire body shook. These words flashed through his mind. This place could really be called the last days. After arriving here, Yi Xian suddenly recalled some matters from his youth. The mortal dimension that he'd once resided in was the so-called last days grounds. There was no way to cultivate, no spirit chi, no laws, and even the primal chaos heavenly mysteries could not appear. At this moment, Yi Xian wasn't even able to absorb a shred of spirit chi from the outside world, let alone cultivate here. Fortunately, Yi Xian's cultivation was sufficiently formidable, so this last day's grounds didn't affect him at all. In the next moment, Yi Xian's brows eased up, and then a wisp of a strange grin curled up on the corners of his mouth. He was transforming the future. He was entirely capable of transforming the future in this last day's grounds. Yi Xian finally understood why the heartless man had fled here. The chaotic will wasn't here in the last day's grounds, so it was naturally unable to send down calamities to target him. However, this just happened to be beneficial to Yi Xian, and it allowed him to transform the future in this last day's grounds. Are you going to get the fuck out here yourself, or do I have to drag you out myself? Yi Xian stood proudly in midair as he swept the heavens and the earth around him, and his voice reverberated through the last day's grounds. Unfortunately, this taboo that had walked out from the river of destiny didn't give Yi Xian any response at all, and it was like he'd vanished into thin air. Let me see where you can hide. Yi Xian laughed gloomily as he raised his palms and ceaselessly tossed out numerous terrifying balls of light towards the last day's grounds, and it instantly caused a scene of obliteration to appear. Yi Xian was very sure that this taboo would absolutely not be able to leave this place. He was already heavily injured, so if he left this last day's grounds, then it was very likely that the chaotic will would descend once more. As expected. As Yi Xian attacked ruthlessly, a ray of death shot into the sky, and then the heartless man appeared once more before Yi Xian. However, when Yi Xian saw this person clearly, he was clearly stunned. A woman. This taboo that had walked out from the river of destiny is actually a woman, and she's even a world-shocking and peerlessly gorgeous woman. She had skin of ice and bones of jade, a picturesque appearance, and a pair of eyes that flickered like stars. Even if her expression was icy cold and carried rage, it was unable to conceal her world-shocking beauty. However, this taboo woman's skin was slightly too fair, and it gave others the feeling that only the dead could possess such a complexion. Moreover, It was even to the extent that the death energy around her was extremely weak, and this was the reason why she was able to reveal her true appearance. Don't go too far. The heartless man shouted explosively in a cold voice while her beautiful eyes flickered with terrifying killing intent as she gazed at Yi Xian. However, her eyes were filled with helplessness as well. If she didn't suffer the calamity from before, then she wouldn't take Yi Xian seriously at all. However, she'd suffered a heavy injury now. Even if she was a taboo, her cultivation had fallen to rock bottom, so she would definitely suffer a huge loss if she fought Yi Xian again. So, you're a woman. You've truly surprised me. Yi Xian gradually recovered his calm. He gazed indifferently at the taboo woman before him while a wisp of a deep expression flashed through his eyes. Even if my cultivation has been greatly damaged, you can't do anything to me. I advise you to leave right now and stop pestering me. The heartless man spoke coldly. I can't do anything to you. Yi Xian smiled. He was indeed unable to make up his mind earlier, but now that he knew this was the last day's grounds, he was filled with confidence. Rumble. He transformed into the future. In the next moment, Yi Xian directly executed this technique. The phantom of the future appeared out of thin air, and it even instantly fused into Yi Xian's body. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from within him, and it directly pressed down upon the heartless man and even forced her to retreat step by step. You. The heartless man's expression changed drastically, and her expression was solemn to the extreme. Because at this moment, Yi Xian was even stronger than an absolute expert, and it actually caused her heart to tremble with fear. An incomplete taboo heaven technique? How discerning was the heartless man? She'd lived for too long, so with a single glance, she could tell that the technique Yi Xian executed was too extraordinary. At least you have some discerning eyes. Do you think I can kill you now? Thump. 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 Yi Xian strolled through the sky as he walked step by step towards the heartless man. With every step he took, the entire last day's lands trembled terrifyingly, and it seemed as if it would collapse at any moment. Wait. What exactly do you want before you leave? The heartless man compromised. In the end, she didn't want to fight with the current Yi Xian because it wouldn't benefit her at all. Chapter 1763. Yi Xian laughed coldly. I'll ask you a question, and you'll answer. Then, we'll write off our differences. If your answer displeases me, then this last days will be your burial ground. A threat. A blatant threat. The heartless had a gloomy look on her face. Her beautiful face was filled with rage, but all she could do was nod hatefully. She was no match for Yi Xian right now. A wise man submits to circumstances. This saying didn't just apply to everyone, it was even more applicable to taboo figures, because they were still considered humans. Tell me. What is a taboo? Who are you? Who are the taboo figures who emerged from the primordial chaos and the rivers of time? What do they have to do with you? How many taboo figures have yet to be born? Yi Xian sat in the lotus position in midair, inviting the heartless to sit down and talk. He had a kind smile on his face, as though he hadn't been the one who had been shouting about killing. You ask too many questions, but I'll tell you everything I know, the heartless said coldly. Thank you. Yi Xian smiled, his eyes abnormally deep. He had been waiting for a very, very long time. Perhaps today would be the day that the veil covering this so-called taboo figure would be unveiled. Perhaps you've already guessed it. I'm not a creature of this chaos verse, but a survivor of the previous chaos verse. The heartless said in a low voice. The heartless spoke in a low voice, gradually uncovering a piece of dusty history for Yi Xian. This caused Yi Xian's spirits to rise as he listened attentively. Chaos verse, 12 periods. These words were known to all living beings. They represented that the chaos verse was divided into 12 periods, but in truth, they were just a drop in the ocean. The Heartless was a creature of the previous Chaos Verse, and her other identity shocked Yi Xian even more. Still, Yi Xian had expected this. She was the Master of Destiny of the previous Chaos Verse. That's right. She was the Master of Destiny of the previous Chaos Verse, which was why she had been able to emerge from the River of Destiny. Chaos Verse, 12 periods. When the 12th Aeon ended, the chaotic universe would be destroyed and reincarnated. All living beings would be reduced to nothingness until a new chaotic universe opened. This was also known as the chaotic reincarnation. According to legend, only by opening the door to the depths of the primal chaos could one truly transcend. Only by not entering the cycle of reincarnation would one be able to exist eternally in the primal chaos, or even surpass the Chaos Verse. If you are the Lord of Destiny of the previous Chaos Verse, then the two forbidden figures who emerged from the River of Chaos and the River of Time are the Lord of Chaos and the Lord of Spacetime of the previous Chaos Verse. When the Heartless Man said this, Yi Xian boldly deduced. You're both right and wrong. The Heartless Man shook his head slowly. Yi Xian could not understand his words. These two old fellows are indeed the Lord of Chaos and the Lord of Spacetime, but they aren't from the same era as I am. They are survivors of an even more ancient Chaos Verse. As for Chaos and Spacetime, who were in the same era as me, they had long been destroyed in body and soul by the Chaos Samsara, said the Heartless Man solemnly. What? An even more ancient Chaos Verse? Yi Xian was shocked to hear this, and his face instantly turned grim. He had guessed that these three might be the three supreme experts of the previous Chaos Verse, but he hadn't expected there to be such a huge difference between them. The three of them weren't from the same era. The other two were actually survivors of an even more ancient Chaos Verse. Are you very surprised? The Heartless Man let out a self-deprecating laugh, then murmured, do you know that the Chaos Verse experienced countless cycles of reincarnation from its birth to its destruction? Do you know how many supreme experts died tragically in the Chaos Samsara? Everyone wants to transcend, but in the entire Chaos Verse, how many people can truly transcend? In the previous Chaos Verse, the era in which I achieved my Tao, I witnessed the destruction of the Chaos Verse with my very own eyes. Out of 12 autarchs, I was the only one who managed to survive. I hid within the River of Destiny, but in the end, I ended up as a walking corpse. When the Heartless Man reached this point, she paused for a moment, then looked at Yi Xian. Didn't you want to know what a taboo is? Today, I'll tell you. A taboo is a fork in the road, a road you've been forced to take. Everyone knows of the 9 heavenly gates, but this is an incomplete path to begin with. The true path should be the 12 heavenly gates. In the previous Chaos Verse, I was only able to open the 9 heavenly gates. It wasn't until the Chaos Verse was destroyed that I finally comprehended the 12 heavenly gates. But by then, it was already too late. My entire body was destroyed by the Chaos Verse, and I was transformed into a dead person. However, my true soul remained behind. I rebuilt my fleshly body, destroyed my own cultivation, and then trained in the 12 heavenly gates. But in the end, I was nothing more than a dead person. Even though I trained in the 12 heavenly gates and broke through to the next level, I was still walking a fork in the road. That's how I became the taboo figure you speak of. The Heartless Man spoke a great deal, and she even explained the origins of the taboo figures to Yi Xian. This left Yi Xian utterly stunned. No matter how peerlessly talented you are, when you reach the end of the Chaos Verse, if you don't push open the Great Gate, you'll be nothing more than a speck of dust. There are as many dazzlingly talented people in the eternal universe as there are carps in the river. None of them wish to die, but one Chaos Verse after another passes. How many of them actually survive? The Heartless Man sighed heavily. In other words, the people who walked out of the rivers of time and the primordial chaos are the survivors of an even more ancient Chaos Verse? Yi Xian asked. That's right. The Heartless Man slowly nodded. When I transformed myself into a taboo figure, I could sense their existence, and they could sense my existence. In addition, those two old fellows were once the lords of spacetime and the primordial chaos. They've lived through countless chaos verses, and so they know far more than I do. A chaos verse is a so-called era. Every time a chaos verse is destroyed and reincarnated, it'd be a miracle for even a single person to survive. There are far too many chaos verses where no living beings are able to survive, the heartless man said solemnly. Why would a chaos verse be destroyed and reincarnated? What's the point of this? Yi Xian asked the question that puzzled him. Ha! The heartless man let out a desolate laugh. All things are born to nourish man, but man has nothing to repay the heavens with. Every single living being is plundering the resources of the chaos verse. They constantly train to become stronger and stronger, to the point where they are on par with the chaos verse itself. We are like parasites that live within the chaos verse. We are a threat to the chaos verse itself. Thus, every 12 yuans, the chaos verse will undergo a cycle of destruction and reincarnation, destroying all existences that threaten it in order to nourish itself. Then, a new chaos verse will be created. This is what the chaos verse is called. After hearing the heartless man's explanation, Yi Xian was unable to come back to his senses for a very long time. This was because he had learned far too many shocking secrets today. Fellow Taoist, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you about. Yi Xian hesitated for 3 breaths of time, then finally said these words. I've told you everything I need to tell you. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask, the heartless man said. Are there taboos above taboos? What sort of existences are they? Yi Xian said solemnly. Chapter 1764. Above the taboo. When Yi Xian mentioned these 4 words, the heartless man's body clearly trembled. His eyes scrutinized Yi Xian in horror. This was because in his heart, Yi Xian was an existence above the taboo of the taboo. Yi Xian could clearly sense that the other party's emotions were fluctuating greatly. Even the way he looked at him was somewhat flustered. Aren't you the taboo of the taboo? You know this question best, so why do you need to ask me? After a long while, the heartless man spoke in a heavy tone with a hint of a sigh. I'm just me. Even if I was the taboo of the taboo in my previous life, I'm just myself in this life. I don't know much about the distant and unknown past, Yi Xian said solemnly. That's right. You're indeed not him yet. You're still not that legendary existence. The heartless man nodded slowly, agreeing with Yi Xian's words. Phew. The heartless man slowly took a deep breath as if he was relaxing himself and preparing to answer Yi Xian's question. Yi Xian waited patiently because he knew that the heartless man would definitely tell him, whether it was because of the current situation or what would happen in the future. Finally, the heartless man spoke. The so-called taboo of the taboo is the greatest legend of the eternal universe. They are also the small group of people who are the most shocking, the heartless man said with reverence. I've told you before that taboo figures like us have walked down a fork in the road. We're just living dead. However, this small group of people who are at the level of shocking are living people. They rely on their own strength to resist the eternal universe, and even the eternal universe can't destroy them. The heartless man muttered to himself, his voice trembling slightly. Do you know what the primordial era is? The heartless man looked at Yi Xian and asked. The primordial era? Yi Xian muttered in confusion. Clearly, this was the first time he had heard these words and didn't know what they meant. Looking at Yi Xian's confused expression, the heartless man stopped keeping Yi Xian in suspense and began to tell Yi Xian about a distant and unknown past. Long, long ago, it was so long ago that it couldn't be measured in 100 million years, nor could it be measured in a single chaos verse. It had to be traced back to the very beginning of the chaos verse. This period of time was known as the primordial era. It was also the beginning of the Chaos Verse. In this distant and unknown period of time, it was unknown how many heroes rose to startle the heavens. In this era, the 3,000 great Daos were varied and varied. The so-called supreme experts were as numerous as carps crossing the river. It was far from the current situation. Only one supreme expert could be born in every Yuan Hui. That was the most dazzling era. It was also the peak era. It was known as the strongest era in the eternal universe. In that era, countless heaven-shaking geniuses rose up. They traversed the eternal universe, and even the will of the universe was nothing in their eyes. Someone had once reached the pinnacle of the universe and slashed open the eternal starry sky with a single sword. He wanted to destroy the will of the universe with a single sword and obtain great freedom and transcendence. There were also people who laughed proudly in the 9 heavens and the universe. They wanted to dominate the eternal universe and fight the will of the universe. There was also a peerlessly beautiful woman who ascended the path to the heavens. She sang the eternal flying reincarnation song and wanted to reshape the eternal universe. In that distant and unknown primordial era, hundreds of flowers bloomed and tens of thousands of families contended. It could be said that it was an era where everyone was like a dragon. Shocking geniuses rose up one after another. Living beings who didn't obey the will of the Chaos Verse roared. Even if it was the Chaos Verse, they swore to destroy it. But there was a saying that was very good. The peak of prosperity was the decline. The primordial era finally came to an end. The will of the Chaos Verse also sent down the eternal calamity. Shocking living beings died tragically in the eternal calamity. In that battle, the primordial era was destroyed. In that battle, all living things were destroyed. In that battle, the 3,000 great Daos were destroyed. In the end, everyone died. The Chaos Verse also ceased to exist. Even the will of the Chaos Verse, which was high and mighty, dissipated because of this battle. And this battle was also known as the Battle of the Dusk of the Gods. This was because these living beings were the true gods. Only they could be crowned with the title of gods. The battle of the gods had come to an end. The primordial era ceased to exist. The living beings were gone. However, one person had survived. This person was the most powerful person of the primordial era. He was the taboo of taboos, a legendary existence of the eternal era. No one knew who he was. No one knew what he looked like. No one knew his name. And this dust-covered history was also information passed down through some scattered law fragments. However, there was a legend. A legend that couldn't be verified. According to the legend, this person who had survived the primordial era had personally pushed open the Great Gate and entered it. From that day onwards, this legendary person had never appeared from the Great Gate again. Some said that he had transcended and was no longer suppressed by the Chaos Verse. Others said that he had died within the Great Gate, because an extremely terrifying living being was hidden within it. No one knew the answer, nor did anyone know what this most powerful expert of the primordial era had experienced within the Great Gate. The primordial era had come to an end. Countless years had passed. This period of time was so long that it couldn't be measured in the time of an entire Chaos Verse. Finally, one day, the Chaos Verse was opened once more. A large number of living beings appeared within the Chaos Verse, and then they rapidly developed and multiplied. As these living beings grew stronger with each passing day, a powerful and prosperous era began once more. This era was known as the Primordial Era, or the Primordial Universe. The living beings of the Primordial Universe were extremely powerful. They gradually understood the events of the Primordial Era, and countless living beings sought ways to transcend themselves. Although the Primordial Era couldn't compare to the Primordial Era, it wasn't much inferior. Many shocking geniuses appeared, and the process of development was extremely similar to that of the Primordial Era. Until one day, the most mysterious Great Gate in the entire Chaos Verse appeared. A person actually walked out of the great gate, carrying 12 simple and unadorned cauldrons in his hands. There was also a halberd revolving around him. When this person appeared, he instantly caused an uproar amongst the living beings of the primordial era. They all came to the conclusion that this man was the most powerful expert of the primordial era, the only person to have entered the great gate. However, this man left in desolation. No one knew where he went. The only things left behind were the 12 cauldrons and the halberd. The 12 cauldrons and the halberd all belonged to the most powerful expert of the primordial era. Some living beings came to the conclusion that this man had most likely brought these things out of the great gate. Others came to the conclusion that these 12 cauldrons and the halberd were the most precious treasures of the most powerful expert of the primordial era. An unimaginable slaughter was about to take place. In order to obtain the 12 cauldrons and the halberd, the living beings of the primordial era fought madly, all for the sake of obtaining these precious treasures. Chapter 1765. In the end, the 12 cauldrons and the halberd were all taken away, and they truly disappeared from the sight of all living beings. From then on, a legend was born in the primordial age. If anyone could uncover the secrets of the 12 cauldrons, they might be able to obtain the method to transcend, truly push open the door, and even surpass the eternal universe. Time flew by, and the primordial age rushed by. The primordial age grew stronger and stronger, almost comparable to the primordial age. Finally, the primordial age arrived, and the world began to be destroyed once again. Countless primordial age beings defied the heavens, and they all joined this earth-shattering war. No one knew how long this war lasted, and the concept of time was lost. Finally, everyone was dead, killed by the Aeon tribulation. However, there were still some people who had survived in the primeval age, and not even the Chaos Verse had been able to wipe them out. No one knew who the 3 people who survived were, but they also disappeared, and no one knew where they went. Time flew by in a hurry. Finally, the primordial age opened up once again, and a large number of living beings began to appear. A magnificent and powerful era began once again. This era was called the primordial age, and countless primordial age beings cultivated themselves. They also obtained the law fragments passed down from the primordial age and the primordial age, and understood that painful period of history. In the primordial age, there were very few battles, and all the primordial age beings cultivated diligently. Even if the primordial age's spirit chi was inferior to the primordial age and the primordial age, their diligence made up for it. This was because the primordial age beings knew that if they wanted to survive, they had to break the eternal universe's destruction. Only by breaking the eternal universe's enslavement could they obtain great transcendence and great freedom. Finally, the primordial age came to an end, and the war of the heavens began once again. There were great sects who set up the primordial age array, and hundreds of millions of disciples went against the heavens. There was also a demonic sect, and hundreds of millions of disciples self-destructed, turning into an ancient sea of blood that swept through the heavens. There was also a person who could be said to be invincible among the godly kings, who fought the heavens with thousands of descendants. There were shocking people in every era, and the primordial age was no exception. This war of the heavens could be said to be fought to the end of the primordial age, because this war gathered the blood and sweat of the primordial age beings, and they had endured for countless years for this war. In the end, after the end of the Antiquity era, all the living beings of the Antiquity era died. Only 4 people survived. The same thing happened again. These 4 creatures also disappeared without a trace, and no one ever saw them again. The Desolate Age, the Archaic Age, and the Ancient Age. These 3 eras were known as the 3 strongest eras. It was unknown how many heaven-shaking creatures had defied the heavens and rose to power during these 3 eras. Perhaps chaos had sensed it, or perhaps the world had changed. When the primordial era was destroyed, the eternal universe underwent an earth-shaking change. The heaven and earth spiritual chi was thin, and the 3,000 great Daos did not exist. Even the power of laws was weak, and all living beings born were extremely weak. Even the strongest of them would not surpass the strongest of all time. This era was known as the Chaos Verse. Each Chaos Verse was divided into 12 periods, and each period was divided into 2,853 billion years. Each Chaos Verse could only produce 12 autarchs, who would replace the Chaos Verse and rule over all living things. It was also when the Chaos Verse appeared and the 12 elements began that the 3 great rivers came into being. It was also from this moment onwards that the 12 heavenly gates of eternity were annihilated without a trace. All living things only knew of the 9 heavenly gates of eternity. Even the autarchs of eternity thought so. Time was the most heartless, and chaos was the most tyrannical. One Chaos Verse after another began the cycle of reincarnation. Every 12 periods, the Chaos Verse would undergo a cycle of reincarnation. Since Yi Xian's era, the Chaos Verse had undergone countless cycles of reincarnation. This number was impossible to calculate, but it was extremely long. It was so long that Yi Xian could not imagine it, much less deduce it. Each cycle of samsara meant that all living beings in the Chaos Verse would die. It was a catastrophe, a nightmare for all living beings. Since the Desolate Age, Archaic Age, and the Ancient Age, no one else had ever appeared, much less fought against the Chaos Verse. They could only die unwillingly in the Great Calamity. However, there were no absolutes in the world. Although no one had ever appeared, there were always stunning figures who appeared in the waves of time. They weren't willing to be destroyed, so they took a different path. During the Great Calamity, they used all sorts of secret arts and paid the price of their own lives to escape the cycle of reincarnation. These people were the so-called taboo figures. Unfortunately, even though they had comprehended the 12 heavenly gates after their deaths, they had already walked down a fork in the road. There was no turning back, because they were nothing more than dead people. The so-called taboo of taboo, the small group of people who could shock the heavens and the earth, were the experts who had survived those 3 eras. They were living people who dared to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Chaos Verse and even fight against it. Even the Great Calamity of eternity couldn't do anything to them. Do you understand now? The heartless man's body trembled visibly, and he was unable to calm his emotions for a very long time. Even a taboo figure like him knew how small and insignificant he was in this ancient period of time. The taboo of taboo figures was a legend among legends. The taboo of taboo figures were the true powerhouses of the eternal universe. Not even the will of the universe could destroy them. At this moment, Yi Xian was trembling. He was trembling soundlessly. When the heartless man revealed this ancient period of history to him, even though Yi Xian's mental fortitude could be described as indomitable, his heart still trembled when he heard this oral history. What was he now? He was as insignificant as dust, as insignificant as an ant. Compared to those heaven-defying experts, he really was just an ant. Just the heartless man's words alone left Yi Xian feeling indescribable emotions. That was the era that belonged to me. That was the era when the myriad Daos fought for supremacy. I hate it. I hate that I was born in this era. If I had been born in the primordial era, I would have been able to compete with those heaven-defying experts. I would have even fought alongside them to conquer the heavens. Yi Xian roared in grief and indignation. His eyes were as red as fire, and he yearned for that distant era. If he had been born in that era, he was certain that he would have been able to settle his grudges as he pleased. He definitely wouldn't have been limited to the current environment. Unfortunately, that distant and unknown era no longer existed. This was an ironclad fact that left Yi Xian feeling indescribably sorrowful. If time and space could be reversed, if the primal chaos could be reversed, I would have wanted to go to those 3 great eras to take a look and see the peerless heroism of those heaven-defying experts. The Primordial Era. The Primordial Era. The Primordial Era. Yi Xian roared in grief in his heart. This pain came from his heart. He hated that he wasn't born in that era. This was also the greatest regret in his life. You opened the 12 heavenly gates. You're a living person. You're walking the old path of those heaven-defying experts. This is also why I believe that you're a taboo among taboo. It's not just me. I'm sure the other taboo are the same. Because in our era, it's impossible for a living person to open the 12 heavenly gates. The heartless man stared quietly at Yi Xian. There was an indescribable complexity in his eyes. Thank you for telling me. Yi Xian stood up and bowed to the heartless man. Today, the heartless man had revealed a part of history that had been covered in dust for him. It also allowed him to understand too many shocking ancient secrets. Yi Xian bowed willingly. You don't have to thank me. Even if I didn't tell you today, you'll know in the future, the heartless man said calmly. Chapter 1766. I still have some questions to ask about the heaven-breaking cauldron and the one halberd. I also want to know how many taboo characters like you have not been born yet. Yi Xian said. The heartless man was not too surprised and said, You want to ask why taboo characters like us don't seize these things since they are so important, right? That's right. Yi Xian nodded. The Eternal Shadow had always known that he had the small cauldron, but he had never tried to seize it. Obviously, this was not normal. I can tell you this. Over the years, the 12 small cauldrons have fallen into the hands of many people. Even I have obtained 3 of them, and from them, I have comprehended the most suitable taboo secret method for myself. Perhaps you have guessed that each small cauldron contains a kind of method, but this kind of method is not fixed. It depends on each person, and what they comprehend is also different. Moreover, whether it is the 12 small cauldrons or the one halberd, these things have all been obtained before, but in the end, when the chaotic universe was destroyed, these things could not open the door. Therefore, taboo characters like us do not care much about these things. What we really care about is the person who holds these treasures, because taboo characters have the same conjecture. Since these things are the treasures of the strongest person in the antiquity era, perhaps only this person can use these things. After all, since the antiquity era, many people have obtained these treasures, but there has never been anyone who can open the door with these treasures. Look at the taboo that walked out of the long river of time and space. His 8 taboo skills were actually comprehended from the 8 small cauldrons. Therefore, whether it is the 12 small cauldrons or the one halberd, for us later generations, they are just external objects for cultivation. The heartless man said a lot, and Yi Xian listened quietly, but there was a deep and heavy look in his eyes. Yi Xian suddenly understood one thing. Since he came into contact with the heaven-breaking cauldron, at that time, he was in the earth immortal realm and only obtained the suitable method for him. As he came to the chaotic world, his cultivation rose. Every time he obtained a small cauldron, he would obtain a stronger method. In other words, as he became stronger, the opportunities within the small cauldron would also become stronger. Based on this inference, if he wanted to obtain the strongest taboo heavenly skill, he might have to break through his current realm. Of course, all of this was just Yi Xian's speculation. It was hard to say whether it was true or not. The heartless person had a complicated gaze as she looked at Yi Xian's contemplative appearance. She pondered for a long time before she finally said, Actually, it's not that I want to kill you, but your various actions prove that you're the reincarnation of the taboo among the taboo. You should know that we taboo characters are merely dead people. The chances of us breaking free from the chaos cycle of samsara are extremely slim. If those earth-shattering characters from the 3 eras were to appear in the world, we taboo characters would not be able to fight against them at all. We would only be chess pieces at their mercy. No one wants to be a chess piece. We also want to transcend, and even plan for eternity. However, everyone knows that perhaps we are in the middle of a chess game, and that the true chess players are the people who shocked heaven and earth during the 3 eras. And you've been able to live until now. In fact, many taboo characters have noticed you. They want to kill you but don't dare. If they don't kill you, they're worried. That's why they've been delaying it until now. I did want to kill you before, but I've changed my mind now. I want to form a good relationship with you. If you're really the reincarnation of those earth-shattering characters, perhaps I can avoid a great calamity in the future with this good relationship. The heartless person said sincerely. Good relationship? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not understand what the heartless person was trying to say. There are 12 heaven-shattering cauldrons. One will appear every Yuan Hui. Now it's the 11th Yuan Hui and this cauldron has appeared. This is the good relationship I want to form with you. But you must know that the heaven-shattering cauldrons that appear in the last 2 Yuan Hui are extremely important. Even the other taboo characters are determined to obtain them. This is because the things contained within them are of great use to us, the heartless person said. Yi Xian was stunned. After all, he valued the heaven-shattering cauldron greatly. He had been searching for it all this time, hoping to obtain one of the taboo heavenly techniques within. But now, it seemed that this taboo character clearly knew the whereabouts of the heaven-shattering cauldron and wanted to form a good relationship with him because of it. Didn't you say that the taboo characters don't value the heaven-shattering cauldron? Why are you now saying that the taboo characters covet it? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The heartless person said calmly, the 12 heaven-shattering cauldrons correspond to the 12 Yuan Hui of the Chaos Verse. As more Yuan Hui are opened, the more powerful the heaven-shattering cauldrons appear. Naturally, the taboo characters will value them. In addition, of the 12 cauldrons, the last 2 cauldrons are the most important. These 2 cauldrons will only appear in the final days of the Chaos Verse, and no one has ever been able to comprehend the secret technique within them. I didn't tell you this before. Every time the Chaos Verse is destroyed, no matter who obtains the 12 cauldrons, they will disappear. The next time the Chaos Verse opens, the cauldrons will reappear in every Yuan Hui. Therefore, the last 2 cauldrons will only appear in 2 Yuan Hui. Even the taboo characters are determined to obtain them, the heartless person said. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian understood and looked eagerly at the heartless person. You know where the 11th cauldron is? The primordial forbidden land, the heartless person said. The primordial forbidden land? Upon hearing these words, Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. Just the word primordial was enough to cause his nerves to tense up. This was because the primordial era, the primeval era, and the primordial era were known as the 3 most powerful eras of the eternal universe. For it to be worthy of the word primordial meant that it was no ordinary place. Perhaps because he could sense Yi Xian's shock, the heartless person slowly explained, the Chaos Verse has 3 great forbidden lands. They are known as the primordial forbidden land, the primeval forbidden land, and the primordial forbidden land. The 11th cauldron will appear in the primordial forbidden land. The primordial forbidden land is a fragment left behind after the primordial era was destroyed. It is filled with the auras of countless heaven-defying experts. Even though their bodies and souls have been destroyed, their auras remain. Not even the Chaos Verse can completely destroy them. However, if you wish to enter the primordial forbidden land, you'll need to travel an ancient astral path. This path is extremely dangerous, and even if you can safely traverse it and enter the primordial forbidden land, the dangers within the primordial forbidden land are beyond your imagination. Chapter 1767. 30 million years later, this ancient path of the stars will appear. If you're interested, you and I can travel together. However, I have to remind you that many taboo characters will appear at that time. They will also want to obtain the 11th small cauldron. You should think about it carefully, Heartless said. There's no need to think about it. I'll definitely head to the ancient forbidden land. Yi Xian made his decision without any hesitation at all. Have you really thought about it? The Heartless frowned slightly. You should know that even if you enter the ancient forbidden land safely, it's extremely likely that you'll die fighting over this opportunity with the taboo figures. Moreover, there are many dangers in the ancient forbidden land. There have been taboo figures who died there in the past. The Heartless wasn't just talking about it. She had spoken very casually, but the threats in the ancient forbidden land were definitely not limited to other taboo figures. That place was a fragment left behind from the ancient times. The dangers it contained were so great that even taboo figures had to tread on thin ice. Otherwise, they would face the risk of death. There's no need to say anything else. I'll come look for you 30 million years from now. We'll go together then, said Yi Xian indifferently. He had made his decision long ago. Whether it was for the 11th cauldron, to find out how many taboo figures had appeared, or even to see what the ancient forbidden land was like, Yi Xian would definitely head there without any hesitation. Farewell. Yi Xian didn't delay any longer. He cupped his hands and bowed to the Heartless before transforming into a beam of light and leaving the last days. The last days. The Heartless stood with her hands behind her back. Her beautiful face was calm and emotionless as she watched Yi Xian disappear into the cosmos. Perhaps I can use him to find the legendary 3 Lives flower during this trip to the ancient forbidden land. The Heartless murmured. A wisp of scarlet ruthlessness flashed through her eyes, mixed with a fiery yearning. Clearly, the Heartless hadn't been honest with Yi Xian. She had her own motives. As expected of an old man who had survived the destruction of the Chaosverse. He was terrifyingly cunning, and all he did was use Yi Xian to achieve his own unspeakable goals. In fact, the Heartless man had told Yi Xian so many shocking secrets today because of the trip to the ancient Deadlands. The 11th heaven-shattering cauldron was indeed in the ancient danger lands. She did not lie to Yi Xian about this matter. Even the secrets she had told him before were true. But one of them was fake. That was the trip to the ancient forbidden land. Her true goal was not the heaven-shattering cauldron, but the legendary 3 Lives 3 Worlds flower. She was not the only one. The other taboo characters were the same. This was because the legendary 3 Lives 3 Worlds flower could revive the dead, truly turning them into living people instead of dead people. Moreover, this was only one of them. What kind of place was the ancient forbidden lands? It was formed from the fragments of the ancient danger lands after its destruction. The ancient danger lands was known as one of the 3 most powerful eras in the eternal universe. Not only did it contain the 3 Lives 3 Worlds flower, but it also contained many shocking opportunities left behind by the ancient danger lands. As long as one could obtain any one of them, it would be an unimaginably great opportunity. Of course, the Heartless man did not tell Yi Xian any of this. She only wanted to use Yi Xian to get what she wanted. Moreover, the Heartless man wanted to use someone else to do her dirty work. With so many taboo characters heading to the ancient danger lands, it would be best if she could borrow someone else's hand to kill Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian was an unknown factor that posed a great threat. The Heartless man was very ambitious. She wanted to obtain the 3 Lives 3 Worlds flower and become a real person again. She also wanted to obtain the 11th heaven-shattering cauldron, as well as the many unimaginable opportunities in the ancient danger lands. She only had one goal, to become one of the few people who could shock the ancient danger lands. Only then could she truly seek the path of transcendence. Only then would she have the qualifications and opportunity to open that door. In the vast starry sky, in the boundless universe. A huge wave of the star sea pushed Yi Xian forward. He stood on the huge wave of the star sea with his hands behind his back, and kept returning to the chaotic world. However, Yi Xian was deep in thought. His face was gloomy and uncertain, as if he was thinking about something. What kind of joke was this? Believe in the heartless man. Yi Xian was not so naive that he would really believe the other party's words. These taboo characters were all shrewd and scheming people. If Yi Xian really believed them, he would be killed by them sooner or later. When Yi Xian came into contact with the Eternal Shadow, he had suffered a loss because of the Eternal Shadow. He would never make such a low-level mistake again. Although Yi Xian did not live as long as these taboo characters, he had walked step by step since he was a teenager. He was also a very shrewd person, and could even be called an extremely insidious old fox. After Yi Xian's continuous analysis, the heartless man's secrets could not be false. Indeed, she did not deceive him. However, when she mentioned the ancient danger lands at the end, Yi Xian finally discovered her real purpose. She told Yi Xian so many secrets in the beginning, but it was all to pave the way for the ancient danger lands. She wanted Yi Xian to really believe her and feel that she really wanted to form a good relationship with Yi Xian. Was Yi Xian stupid? No. Since the ancient danger lands were formed by the fragments after the destruction of the ancient times, how could there only be the 11th heaven-shattering cauldron? Moreover, after experiencing so many chaotic universes, these taboo characters had also obtained this small cauldron. It did not make sense for them to gather in the ancient danger lands and fight each other for a small cauldron. Clearly, besides the 11th cauldron, there were other opportunities in the ancient danger lands that he did not know about, and these opportunities were the true purpose of these taboo characters. Moreover, based on Yi Xian's temperament, since the ancient danger lands were formed by the fragments of the ancient times, there were bound to be many unimaginable opportunities within. After all, the ancient danger lands were known as one of the 3 most powerful eras in the eternal universe. The things left behind were likely to be extremely astonishing. If I can obtain great rewards in the ancient danger lands, I might be able to merge the 12 gates of heaven into one and even break through my current realm. Yi Xian's eyes were terrifyingly deep as he excitedly muttered to himself. One had to know that his current cultivation was extremely strong, far surpassing that of the sovereigns. If he wanted to merge the 12 gates of heaven into one, he would need an unimaginable amount of cultivation resources. Let's put it this way. Even if he devoured the cultivation bases of the 11 sovereigns of history, he still wouldn't be able to merge the 12 gates of heaven into one. This was because his body was like a bottomless pit. The amount of cultivation resources he needed was unimaginable. Moreover, according to the heartless man, Yi Xian was walking the same path as the heaven-defying experts of the 3 eras. And this was the most correct path. Chapter 1768. However, Yi Xian was also faced with a serious problem. The 12 heavenly gates that he cultivated were the paths of the 3 strongest eras of all time. If Yi Xian was in one of the 3 strongest eras, cultivation resources would naturally not be a problem. However, since the 3 great eras, the 3,000 great ways were no longer there. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thin, and even the laws were weak. This was the suppression of the chaotic universe. The strongest cultivator was only the strongest of all time, and no one could surpass this limit. Therefore, Yi Xian was in a very awkward situation. He was on the right path. However, the suppression of the chaotic universe now made his cultivation extremely slow, and even if he wanted to seize a huge amount of cultivation resources to promote his cultivation, it had become extremely difficult. But now, an opportunity had appeared. The ancient perilous land. Yi Xian had a very strong premonition that if he could seize this opportunity, his cultivation would definitely have a breakthrough. Otherwise, in the chaotic universe, even if he waited until the 12th Yuan Hui, when the chaotic universe was destroyed, he was afraid that he would not be able to combine the 12 heavenly gates, let alone break through his current realm. Interesting, interesting. You want to use me? Let's see who will win. Yi Xian sneered. The waves of the star sea pushed him and disappeared in the starry sky, heading straight back to the chaotic world. There were still 30 million years before the ancient starry sky path opened. Yi Xian had to make sufficient preparations in these 30 million years. After all, in the ancient perilous land, he not only had to face many taboos, but also had to guard against the many dangers contained in the ancient perilous land. Although this trip was extremely dangerous, riches and honor were found in danger. This time, the risk had to be taken. Yi Xian naturally had to be well prepared. The Extreme Devil Temple. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the void and slowly breathed. It had been 10,000 years since Yi Xian disappeared to search for the taboo figure. After the battle 10,000 years ago, Yi Xian's name once again resounded in the chaotic world, and the entire structure of the chaotic world had undergone a great change. Just the fact that Yi Xian had taken down the utmost powerful beings was enough to send the living beings of the 5 regions of chaos into an uproar. When the infinite spirits found out that Yi Xian and the others were the disciples of Yi Xian received even more attention. At the same time, the old subordinates of the sky-burying palace reappeared and came to the Extreme Devil Temple. Even the retired Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen reappeared. Whine. The void rippled, and a figure quietly appeared in the supreme demonic heavenly palace. Yi Xuanma opened his eyes in shock, but when he saw who it was, he was overjoyed. "Welcome back, Master." Yi Xuanma hurriedly kowtowed. Clang, clang, clang. A total of 81 bell tolls reverberated throughout the extreme demonic shrine, and a piece of news spread from the extreme demonic shrine to the outside world. Emperor Zhong Tian, Yi Xian, had returned. All of a sudden, many people related to Yi Xian rushed to the Extreme Devil Temple, and the whole chaotic world was in turmoil again. Extreme Demonic Heavenly Palace. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the main seat, and the 3 disciples bowed to him. The Extreme Love Master and Yi Xian sat side by side. The entire Extreme Demonic Heavenly Palace was packed with thousands of people. These people were the old subordinates of the sky-burying palace. When they heard the news of Yi Xian's return, they came to the Extreme Demonic Shrine. At this moment, everyone looked at Yi Xian with reverence and excitement. "Master." Suddenly, 2 figures barged into the heavenly palace, accompanied by excited voices. They were Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen, and there were 2 people Yi Xian was familiar with following them. These 2 people were Luo Ho and Yuan Ling. Seeing old friends, Yi Xian smiled and stood up to greet them. This made the 3 disciples and the old subordinates of the sky-burying palace change their expressions. From this, it could be seen that Yi Xian was very kind to Fatso Huang and the others, and they could not compare to him. Disciple greets Master. Yi Xian strode to Yuan Ling and bowed to Yuan Ling. This bow shocked Yuan Ling and made him feel awkward. Yuan Ling did not expect that with Yi Xian's cultivation and status, he would still bow to him. In fact, Yuan Ling did not know that in Yi Xian's heart, without Yuan Ling, he would not be where he was today. Yi Xian was not an ungrateful person. As his guide, Yuan Ling's bow to Yi Xian was full of sincerity and was not fake. Grand Disciple Yi Xian Mo greets Grandmaster. Yi Xian Mo was very smart. He quickly lowered his body and bowed to Yuan Ling. This also caused Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling to come to their senses, and they also bowed to Yuan Ling. After all, even Yi Xian was bowing to someone. As disciples, they could not be rude. Qingmei greets Master. The Master of Extreme Love, Yi Qingmei, was Yi Xian's wife in name. Naturally, she would not be rude and bowed to Yuan Ling as well. Ah! Yuan Ling was slightly at a loss for what to do, and her face was extremely flushed while her body trembled violently, and she hurriedly said, "All supreme experts, please don't make me feel unworthy. How can I accept such great courtesy?" Although Yuan Ling was very humble, his eyes were also filled with excitement. How could he not know that these powerhouses bowed to him and called themselves grand disciples because of Yi Xian? Yuan Ling was proud in his heart. Although his aptitude and cultivation were not good, he had cultivated an unparalleled figure. This was his greatest pride. Master, you can accept their bow. Even though they are powerhouses, they are still your juniors. Yi Xian smiled. Good, good, good. I have indeed taken in a good disciple. At this moment, Yuan Ling was in tears. The pride in his heart had reached an extreme. Wasn't this the day he had been waiting for? The world had never heard of his name, Yuan Ling, but his disciple was an unparalleled figure. This alone was enough to make him proud. At this moment, Luoho's eyes were filled with envy. If he had taken in Yi Xian as his disciple back then, perhaps he would also be treated like this today. Luoho, my friend, long time no see. You have also become a half-step powerhouse. Yi Xian nodded and smiled at Luoho. I. Luoho smiled bitterly. What is a half-step powerhouse? How can I be compared to you? Luoho said sadly. Back then, the two of them were enemies. But after countless years, Yi Xian had already left him far behind. This made him sigh. One had to admit that after a Yuan Hui, more than 700 million years had passed. Be it Yuan Ling, Luoho, or even Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen, they had all become half-step powerhouses. After all, there were only the four of them left. To be able to see them again was an extremely gratifying thing for Yi Xian. Old friends gathered together, laughing and chatting. Everyone had endless things to talk about. The entire extreme demonic heavenly palace was extremely lively. Yi Xian had even set up a huge banquet, and there was no need to mention the drinking and toasting. Master. Suddenly, a figure barged into the extreme demonic heavenly palace. It was also the appearance of this person that caused the entire extreme demonic heavenly palace to quieten down. Jun Wushuang. Yi Xian put down his wine cup, and his lips curled into a smile. No wonder he kept feeling that something was missing. So it was because he was missing his two servants, Jun Wushuang and Li Taichu. Chapter 1769. Wushuang greets Master. 700 million years had passed and Jun Wushuang had long become a half-step supreme expert. However, her expression was colder and more unapproachable than before. Good, good, good. It's good that you're back. Yi Xian still thought highly of Jun Wushuang. After all, back then, Jun Wushuang had walked out his own path, and she and Li Taichu had fought for him for many years. It could be said that they had made great contributions. Senior Sister Wushuang, please take a seat. Yi Xian quickly invited her. Master, Wushuang has some private matters to discuss with you. Jun Wushuang said in a low voice. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. However, when he saw Jun Wushuang's cold expression, he nodded and got up to greet Jun Wushuang out of the extreme demon heavenly palace. Such a scene immediately surprised everyone present. Obviously, they knew something was wrong. Outside, Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm. Jun Wushuang bowed beside him and said something angrily. Actually, I've known about this for a long time. When Jun Wushuang finished speaking, Yi Xian finally turned to look at Jun Wushuang. There was no emotion in his eyes. You know about it? Jun Wushuang was obviously stunned. Yes. Although he hid it well and did not dare to reveal any aura, he could not fool my eyes. Yi Xian said lightly. That's right, with your cultivation, even if he tried to hide it, how could he escape your eyes? Jun Wushuang sighed. But there's one thing I don't understand. How did he get the heavenly heart of chaos from the immortal Heaven Lord? Why didn't he acknowledge me? Instead, he wanted to kill me. Yi Xian frowned. Master, when the burial heaven palace fell apart, he was the first to leave. I felt that he was strange and had been following him. Finally, I discovered his secret. I have been friends with him for so many years. I didn't expect that he would want to kill me. If I hadn't been hiding for so many years, I'm afraid I would have died in his hands. Jun Wuxuang said hatefully. For him to be able to become a paragon, this is also his fortune. After all, back then, the two of you had both created your own Tao and laws. You were also the ones with the highest hopes of becoming a paragon. However, I didn't expect that he would take over the undying Heaven Lord's position. Yi Xian calmly said. Master, this man has the ambition of a wolf. He dares to have disloyal thoughts towards you. He should be killed quickly. Jun Wuxuang said hatefully. I think he's waiting for me as well. Yi Xian's voice was calm and tranquil from afar. The banquet lasted for a full 7 days and 7 nights. Yi Xian chatted with his old friends about everything under the sun. It was a rare opportunity for him to relax. 7 days later. Yi Xian told everyone that he still had a lot of things to do and that he might not see them for a long time. Of course, Yi Xian didn't say what he was going to do. After all, if he told everyone what he was going to do next, it would only make them worry. In the end, before Yi Xian left, he only told everyone a few things to do and asked them to cultivate in peace. As for whether the burial heaven palace would be rebuilt, it was up to them to decide. The 8th day. Yi Xian brought Jun Wuxuang and disappeared from everyone's sight. No one knew what Jun Wuxuang and Yi Xian talked about or where they went. However, everyone knew that when they saw Yi Xian again, it would be unknown how many years it would be. The Undying Heaven Palace. The masked man sat cross-legged in the void. The power of nirvanic extermination surrounded him. However, his entire being was lifeless and his surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. This day has finally come. The masked man whispered in a hoarse voice. His eyes looked through the mask into the distance. It was as if he could see the man who kept him awake day and night coming here. Heavenly Master, let's run. An old man trembled as he spoke. His eyes were filled with indescribable fear. He had followed the masked man for more than 700 million years and was also the masked man's trusted aide. He also knew the masked man's true identity. Run. The masked man smiled bitterly and said, where can we run to? With his cultivation, even if we run to the ends of the earth, we will still be found by him. But if we don't run, you will definitely die. The old man trembled. When I knew he was still alive, I had a premonition that this day would come. This is good too. Finally, I don't have to live in fear all day. The masked man mocked himself. Li Taichu, get out here. Boom. A terrifying roar came and the gates of the heavenly palace exploded. Jun Wuxuang instantly appeared in the Immortal Heaven Palace. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she stared at the masked man. Wuxuang, your temper is still so fiery. The masked man said calmly. Li Taichu, you didn't kill me back then. Today is the day you die. Jun Wuxuang shouted coldly. Wuxuang, you and I have known each other for many years. If I really wanted to kill you back then, you wouldn't have been able to escape. Today, my tribulation has arrived and I don't want to explain anything to you. The masked man said coldly. As the two were talking, Yi Xian slowly walked into the Immortal Heaven Palace. This made the masked man tremble and the old man beside him was so frightened that he fell to his knees. Absolute beginning. Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the masked man calmly. The masked man trembled and stood up. He slowly took off the mask on his face and a face that Yi Xian was familiar with appeared. Li Taichu. The masked man's true identity was Li Taichu, a servant who had followed Yi Xian. Absolute beginning greets master. Li Taichu bowed to Yi Xian. His face was filled with bitterness. The arrogance he once had was gone. At this moment, there was only a sense of vicissitudes around him. Actually, I have always valued you and Wushuang. But I didn't expect that when I returned, you would want to kill me. Yi Xian said calmly. Valued? Li Taichu laughed. But his laugh was very sad and there was an unspeakable anger in it. His expression gradually turned ferocious. Master, I, Li Taichu, have never thought of betraying you. But what have you done? When have you ever valued me, and when have you ever valued Jun Wushuang? At this moment, Li Taichu roared with indignation and hysteria. His voice caused the entire palace to tremble in fear. Li Taichu, you are about to die and you still don't know how to apologize. Jun Wushuang scolded angrily. Li Taichu turned to Jun Wushuang and said angrily, why should I apologize? I have never done anything wrong. I am only living for myself. You. Jun Wushuang glared at him. Without waiting for Jun Wushuang to scold him, Yi Xian waved his hand to stop him. He looked calmly at Li Taichu and said, it seems that you have a lot of resentment in your heart. If you give me a satisfactory explanation, I can spare your life today. You want an explanation? Fine, I will give you an explanation today. Li Taichu had completely thrown caution to the wind. At this point, the worst outcome for him was death. There was nothing he couldn't say. Chapter 1770. Back then in the 100 Seedlings battlefield, you used your supreme cultivation to subdue me and Jun Wushuang. The two of us were willing to acknowledge you as our master. That goes without saying. After that, Jun Wushuang and I fought for you for many years. Even if we didn't make any contributions, we still worked hard, right? Li Taichu said with grief and indignation. That's right. Yi Xian nodded in agreement, because what Li Taichu said was the truth. But how did you treat the two of us? Li Taichu roared angrily, Jun Wushuang and I both walked our own path and have the potential to become the strongest in history. But you only cared about your disciple, Yi Fengtian. You even personally brought him to cultivate and nurtured him into the strongest in the 11th Yuan Hui. Have you ever thought about me and Jun Wushuang? Fine, even if Yi Fengtian is your disciple and you are biased towards him, Li Taichu won't say anything. But what about Wan Hongling? She's just a small cultivator. Just because she's Yi Fengtian's wife, you taught her the boundless secular world technique and even gave her the chance to take over the position of human Tao. What contribution did she make to deserve this supreme opportunity? I don't accept this. Li Taichu roared hysterically and suddenly pointed at Jun Wushuang. Jun Wushuang, let me ask you, do you accept this? Jun Wushuang's face was pale. She wanted to refute Li Taichu, but when the words came to her mouth, she didn't know how to refute. Because in her heart, she was indeed not convinced. It was just that she didn't express it as clearly as Li Taichu. Master, do you see it? Li Taichu laughed bitterly. At this moment, Yi Xian was silent. He just looked at Li Taichu quietly. No one knew what he was thinking. Master, Jun Wushuang and I have fought for you for many years. Moreover, the two of us both have the potential to become the strongest and have even walked our own path. These two positions should be ours. Why can Yi Fengtian and Wan Hongling become the strongest while Jun Wushuang and I should be reduced to mediocrity? Li Taichu said angrily. Li Taichu, don't quibble anymore. I admit that I am indeed a little dissatisfied, but Master has his own reasons. This is not a reason for your betrayal, Jun Wushuang said coldly. You may have accepted your fate, but I, Li Taichu, will not accept my fate. Li Taichu roared. Master, do you still remember how Wushuang and I helped you kill the undying Heaven Lord? Li Taichu calmed down again and looked bitterly at Yi Xian. Continue, Yi Xian said calmly. Because he knew that Li Taichu would soon reveal why he took over the undying Heaven Lord's position. Back then, 7 great experts surrounded and killed the undying Heaven Palace. Master once ordered me and Wushuang to exterminate the Undying Heaven Palace. It was this extermination that allowed me to obtain the Undying Immortal Scripture and the heavenly heart of chaos left behind by the Undying Heaven Lord. Back then, you were very curious as to why the Undying Heaven Lord's primal chaos heavenly core didn't appear after his death. Actually, the Undying Heaven Lord had long left the primal chaos heavenly core in the Undying Heaven Palace. In the end, it was obtained by me. Li Taichu paused for a moment and then continued in a low voice, I originally wanted to tell you about the heavenly heart of chaos and the Undying Immortal Scripture, but I hid it from you because I knew that this was my chance, a chance to become the strongest. Actually, I have never betrayed you. If you had given me and Jun Wushuang a chance to become the strongest back then, why would I have to come to this step today? Li Taichu smiled bitterly. You are saying that I am unfair. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Am I not? Li Taichu said with a trembling voice. Yi Xian nodded slowly and said, You are right. You and Wushuang have fought for me for many years. In terms of contributions, you are more than anyone else. Moreover, you and Wushuang have both walked on your own path. Your 6 annihilations and Wushuang's extreme violet heavenly energy can also be transformed into the strongest power. I am indeed unfair in this matter. Yi Xian admitted that he was indeed unfair in this matter. After all, he was wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. How could he care about these trivial matters? However, if everyone is like you, how many people would want to betray and kill me? If I am unfair, the first person to betray me should be Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen. Because the two of them have been by my side since they were young and have contributed a lot to me. If I am unfair, the two of them are the ones I owe the most. The 2 strongest positions should be given to them and not to you and Jun Wushuang. This is also not a reason for you to betray me. Yi Xian said coldly. Li Taichu was speechless. He was stunned on the spot. Yes, in terms of contributions, even Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen did not obtain the strongest positions. How could he and Jun Wushuang compare to the two of them? But Fatso Huang and Gu Beichen have never thought of betraying me. They have always been by my side loyally and will not complain because of my unfairness. Yi Xian paused for a moment and looked at Li Taichu with deep eyes. And don't forget that I spared your life in the 100 Seedlings battlefield. Your life has long belonged to me, Yi Xian. You have no right to ask for anything from me. Because you are my servant and I am the master. Even if I am unfair, if I ask you to die, you must die. This is the way of a master and servant. Boom! As Yi Xian's words entered his ears, Li Taichu kept retreating. His face was pale and bloodless. Just the words way of a master and servant made him speechless. Master and servant? Yes, you are the master and I am the servant. Ha ha ha, I am too stupid. How could I overstep the boundaries of a master and servant? Suddenly, Li Taichu laughed miserably. He was extremely dispirited. How could he forget that no matter how great his contributions were, his identity was only Yi Xian's servant? Just kill me. Li Taichu smiled miserably. Just the way of a master and servant was enough to make him unable to argue. This was because he knew Yi Xian's temperament. He hid the heavenly heart of chaos behind Yi Xian's back and stood on the opposite side of Yi Xian when he returned. He even almost joined forces with fate to deal with Yi Xian. This was a crime that deserved death. I will send you on your way. Rumble. Yi Xian mercilessly spoke. He raised his 5 fingers and struck towards Li Taichu. Li Taichu didn't resist, and a relieved expression blossomed on his face. This was because he knew that even if he resisted, it would be useless. The result would be death. Boom! This attack directly blasted Li Taichu's physical body apart, and the surrounding power of nirvanic extermination collapsed. His entire body crashed to the ground with a loud bang, and then there was no sign of life. Buzz! Yi Xian looked at Li Taichu indifferently. He did not stay any longer. He took a step forward and disappeared from the supreme demonic heavenly palace. Taichu. Jun Wuxuang clenched her fists and her eyes were filled with sorrow. Although she hated Li Taichu for killing her back then, they had been friends for a long time. But the two of them had known each other for many years after all, and to really see Li Taichu die so tragically right before her eyes, it made Jun Wuxuang feel an indescribable pain. Chapter 1771. Cough. 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 Suddenly, Li Taichu's mangled body trembled. He had survived Yi Xian's attack, but he was still coughing up blood. You're not dead. Jun Wuxuang was stunned. She came to Li Taichu's side and quickly helped him up. She saw Li Taichu slowly opening his eyes. I was wrong. Wuxuang. I was really wrong. Master. Please spare my life. I was really wrong. Puff. Li Taichu's mouth was overflowing with blood. His breath was extremely weak, but he was only seriously injured and did not really die. Master, Jun Wuxuang was stunned on the spot, and then she understood. Yi Xian's attack just now, if he wanted Li Taichu's life, Li Taichu would not have survived. Obviously, Yi Xian did not want to kill Li Taichu, and gave him one last chance. Wuxuang. I have let Master down. Please tell Master. Taichu. I will repay him. Li Taichu finally fainted. Although Yi Xian did not take his life, his injuries were too serious. If you knew this would happen, why were you so foolish back then? Jun Wuxuang sighed helplessly, but her heart was warm. As the saying goes, if Yi Xian really killed Li Taichu, Jun Wuxuang's heart would be a little estranged. After all, Li Taichu's situation was very similar to hers. In the vast starry sky, the boundless universe, Yi Xian was teleporting away. His expression was calm, and a touch of helplessness flashed across his eyes. He did not kill Li Taichu, perhaps because he felt a little guilty. After all, the two of them had fought for him for so many years. Even if they did not contribute, they had worked hard. If he really killed Li Taichu, it would make many people disappointed. Although Li Taichu seemed to have betrayed him, in fact, he did not do anything harmful to Yi Xian. This was also the reason why Yi Xian spared his life. Moreover, Li Taichu becoming the Undying Heaven Lord also made Yi Xian certain that the Undying Heaven Lord was dead. Yi Xian made up his mind. He turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the starry sky. His destination was the Destiny Temple. There were still 30 million years before the ancient starry sky road opened. This period of time seemed long, but it actually passed in the blink of an eye. Before heading to the ancient Forbidden Land, Yi Xian naturally had to settle the grudges of the past. The fact that the Master of Fate was still alive was a thorn in Yi Xian's heart. He had to get rid of this person. Of course, killing the Master of Fate was nothing to the current Yi Xian. His true goal was the cauldron, one of the three paragons. Yi Xian was determined to obtain these three small cauldrons. Before the ancient starry sky path opened, Yi Xian naturally wanted to obtain these three small cauldrons. The Fane of Destiny. The starry sky was vast and shrouded in mist. The Fortune Shrine was protected by the sky-shrouding formation. It was impossible to sense its existence from the outside. There weren't many people in the Fane of Destiny, only a few thousand. However, every one of them had an extremely high cultivation base. Otherwise, how could it be called a paragon orthodoxy? However, during this period of time, the people of the Fane of Destiny trembled in fear. They were restless every day. Even though the Master of Fate had sealed the shrine, they were still terrified. The Master of Fate sat cross-legged in the void, adjusting his breathing. He had been utterly defeated in his battle with Yi Xian. Even after summoning the River of Fate, he was no match for Yi Xian. He had even suffered a terrifying backlash. If it weren't for a taboo character walking out of the River of Fate, he would have lost his life in Yi Xian's hands. After escaping back to the Destiny Temple, the Master of Fate immediately sealed the orthodoxy and teleported away with the entire Destiny Temple. He was afraid that Yi Xian would come looking for him. However, the Master of Fate was still uneasy. Yi Xian's methods were simply too powerful. He wasn't sure if he could escape Yi Xian's pursuit. Damn it! If I had known this would happen, I would have crushed his bones and scattered his ashes long ago. Otherwise, how could I have endured such humiliation? The scene of being trampled on by Yi Xian flashed through the mind of the Master of Destiny. His entire body was filled with shame and indignation, causing the disciples of the elders beside him to keep quiet out of fear. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion sounded in the starry sky. The deployment spell covering the Fortune Shrine exploded and a silhouette appeared in the starry sky, walking into the Fortune Shrine. Fate, I want to kill you. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, your fate will still be death. Dong! 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 Yi Xian slowly walked. However, with every step he took, the buildings of the Temple of Destiny exploded into pieces and gradually turned into wreckage. Yi Xian, I've already admitted defeat. Don't go too far. The Master of Fate roared. If one looked closely, they would see that his eyes were filled with fear and hesitation. It was as if he was looking for a way to escape. Boom! Yi Xian stepped forward and entered the Destiny Temple. He directly appeared in front of everyone, causing the elders and disciples to retreat in fear. Do you want me to kill you personally, or do you want to end it yourself? Yi Xian was dressed in black. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. There was no aura around him as he looked indifferently at the Master of Fate. Yi Dao Yu, I was wrong in the past. However, I've already admitted defeat. Why do you have to be so aggressive? How about this? As long as you're willing to back off and resolve this grudge, I can agree to any conditions. The Master of Destiny lowered his posture to the extreme, making him appear even more humble. Although he was inwardly ashamed and resentful, he was truly afraid of Yi Xian's powerful attack. Hand over the heaven-shattering cauldron. Yi Xian said indifferently. He directly asked the Master of Fate for the heaven-shattering cauldron. This caused the Master of Fate's expression to change greatly. He looked extremely troubled. What? You don't want to hand it over? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes, causing the Master of Fate to tremble. Humiliation. Unwillingness. Helplessness. All kinds of feelings of shame and indignation surged in his heart. He was being forced by Yi Xian like this. This kind of humiliation made him unable to face the elders and disciples behind him. However, people under the eaves had no choice but to lower their heads. He had already suffered so much humiliation before. Now that he was being forced by Yi Xian to hand over the heaven-shattering cauldron, it was actually nothing. Heavenly Master, please hand over the heaven-shattering cauldron. Otherwise, he will kill us. A disciple was terrified of the death that Yi Xian could bring. He trembled as he begged the Master of Fate. That's right, Heavenly Master. Give the heaven-shattering cauldron to him. Several elders also advised with pale faces. I'll give it to him. The Master of Fate gritted his teeth. Although he was unwilling, he still flipped his hand and a small cauldron appeared. He then reluctantly tossed it to Yi Xian. Buzz! Yi Xian stretched out his hand to catch the small cauldron. A smile finally appeared on his face. However, in the next moment, he frowned because the small cauldron in his hand was filled with the aura of fate. It even had the Master of Fate's imprint on it. Cut off your connection with the small cauldron, Yi Xian said coldly. Okay. The Master of Fate's expression turned ugly. However, he still formed a seal with both hands and directly cut off his connection with the small cauldron. However, his face also paled, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, cutting off his connection with the small cauldron had damaged his mental state. However, under Yi Xian's coercion, he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. You've done well. Yi Xian nodded approvingly. He fiddled with the small cauldron in his hand with a fiery gaze. However, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Chapter 1772. I have already given you the heaven-shattering cauldron. The grudge between us is settled. Yi Dao, you can leave now, said the Master of Destiny. Leave. Yi Xian withdrew his gaze from the small cauldron. A strange and sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he looked at the Master of Destiny with a mocking expression. What do you want to do? Seeing the sinister expression on Yi Xian's face, the Master of Destiny's expression changed. He had an extremely bad feeling. What do I want to do? Yi Xian smiled. However, his smile was extremely sinister. He said, naturally, I want to kill you and destroy your so-called destiny shrine. You broke your promise. The Master of Destiny retreated continuously. He glared at Yi Xian with a furious expression. Ha ha ha. Yi Xian smiled faintly and said, I never said that I would let you go if you gave me the heaven-shattering cauldron. That is what you think. Run. Boom. The power of destiny whistled out. The Master of Destiny did not hesitate at all. He turned into a streak of light and tried to escape. He knew very well that if he did not escape now, he would not have the chance to do so. Do you think you can escape? Rumble. Yi Xian's 5 fingers suddenly stretched out. It was as if he wanted to crush the heavens. The terrifying halo of the burial of the heavens suppressed the entire starry sky. The Master of Destiny could not escape at all. Go to hell. Yi Xian shouted viciously. The 12 heavenly gates suddenly appeared. The eternal reincarnation fist bloomed. The fist light that could suppress eternity was swung out by Yi Xian. It was impossible for him to let the Master of Destiny go. Yi Xian, you will die a horrible death. Boom. A punch pierced through the heavens. The ultimate destruction. This punch was terrifying to the extreme. It directly blew up the Master of Destiny in the starry sky. Not even a complete corpse was left. His divine soul was crushed into ashes by Yi Xian's reincarnation halo. Originally, it would have been better if the Master of Destiny did not escape. If he self-destructed, he might have been able to fight for a way out. However, he was too afraid to fight Yi Xian. This made it so that he did not even have the chance to fight. He was killed by Yi Xian in one blow. You are really pitifully weak. Yi Xian indifferently said. He opened his mouth wide and terrifying black mist rose from his entire body. The Calamity Immortal technique and the heaven-devouring demonic art were activated, directly transforming the blood mist that filled the sky into the most majestic energy and swallowing it into his stomach. Although devouring the cultivation of the Master of Destiny was nothing more than a cup of water to the current Yi Xian. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. It could slightly increase Yi Xian's cultivation, so he naturally wouldn't let it go. Buzz. Suddenly, a halo of light appeared. It exuded the mysterious aura of chaos. It was the heavenly heart of chaos left behind by the Master of Destiny after his death. Chi. In a flash, the heavenly heart of chaos turned into a beam of light and disappeared in front of Yi Xian. Obviously, the heavenly heart of chaos had to find a new Master of Destiny after the Master of Destiny died. You want to leave? Yi Xian muttered in a sinister voice. His 5 fingers abruptly stretched out, sealing off the entire universe for hundreds of millions of kilometers. That incomparably powerful energy spread out as he grabbed towards the primal chaos heavenly core. If it was in the past, Yi Xian would not have been able to grab the heavenly heart of chaos. However, with Yi Xian's current cultivation, the heavenly heart of chaos could not escape from his palm. Boom! Stellar transposition, telekinesis. When Yi Xian retracted his 5 fingers, the heavenly heart of chaos was already in his hand. The mysterious halo was a little dazzling. Yi Xian stared at it intently. In fact, Yi Xian had always been curious about the heavenly heart of chaos. Only by fusing with the heavenly heart of chaos could one become the strongest in history. Yi Xian was also thinking about the profoundness of the heavenly heart of chaos. Spare my life. Emperor Lord Zongtian, spare my life. Just when Yi Xian wanted to take a closer look at the heavenly heart of chaos in his hand, the disciples and elders of the Destiny Shrine knelt on the ground in fear. They begged Yi Xian for mercy. This made Yi Xian frown. A bunch of ants. Living is a waste of air. Boom! Yi Xian slapped out with his palm, and an enormous palm that blotted out the sky appeared. It directly shattered the entire Destiny Shrine into ashes, and thousands of elders and disciples of the Destiny Shrine were completely annihilated. Go! After killing the Master of Destiny and destroying his strongest orthodoxy, Yi Xian didn't stay any longer. He took a step forward and disappeared from this part of the universe. The waves of the starry sea were like lightning. Yi Xian was hurrying. He had reaped a great harvest this time. Not only did he snatch the Master of Destiny's small cauldron, but he also obtained the heavenly heart of chaos. This was a great harvest. Yi Xian had also observed the heavenly heart of chaos and the small cauldron. He discovered that the so-called heavenly heart of chaos was a law unique to the chaos verse. Simply put, the heavenly heart of chaos was a kind of mark. It was a mark recognized by the chaos verse. Anyone who had this mark could borrow the power of the chaos verse. This was the so-called strongest in history. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to devour the heavenly heart of chaos to see if it could increase his cultivation. However, Yi Xian discovered that the heavenly heart of chaos didn't contain any power. It was just a law. It was useless even if he devoured it. Yi Xian couldn't fuse with the heavenly heart of chaos and become the so-called Master of Destiny. He put the heavenly heart of chaos away. If he could find a suitable candidate in the future, he could create another strongest. Of course, Yi Xian was most interested in the small cauldron. He had tried to comprehend the mysteries of the small cauldron, but he was left speechless. The small cauldron was filled with the aura of destiny. It didn't contain any forbidden secret arts. However, Yi Xian wasn't disappointed. After all, he had only tried to comprehend it a little. Once he was done with the following matters, he would naturally find a quiet place to comprehend the secrets of the small cauldron. Qi. Yi Xian increased his speed once again. He was heading towards the #1 orthodoxy of all time, the Chaos Shrine. His target was naturally the small cauldron in the hands of the Master of Chaos. Yi Xian's plan was simple. He wanted all the small cauldrons in the hands of the 3 strongest. Now that he had killed Destiny and obtained a small cauldron, his second target was naturally the Master of Chaos. Chaos Shrine. Chaos light covered the sky and earth. There were even mysterious sounds faintly coming from the starry sky. It gave people a feeling of majesty and heaviness. However, the entire Chaos Shrine was heavily guarded. There were a large number of divine guards patrolling the area. Everyone was cautious and gave people an extremely stifling feeling. Rumble. A huge wave from the starry sea came crashing down on the Chaos God Palace, causing the Chaos God Palace to tremble even more. Ask the Master of Chaos to come out and see me. Whoosh, 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 Yi Xian stood on the waves and spoke calmly. Although there was no terrifying aura around him, the divine guards retreated in fear. "You've finally come." Before the divine guards could report, the deep voice of the Master of Chaos sounded. The doors of the Chaos Shrine opened and the Master of Chaos strode towards Yi Xian with a group of elders. "Yi Daoyu, please." In an instant, the Master of Chaos appeared before Yi Xian. He cupped his hands and bowed to Yi Xian. However, there was an extremely solemn look in his eyes. Chapter 1773. In fact, when Yi Xian killed the Master of Fate, the Master of Chaos had sensed it immediately. After all, the three of them were of the same origin. The Master of Chaos knew that Yi Xian would definitely come looking for him after killing Fate. This made his heart heavy. To fight or not to fight? A choice was placed in front of him. In terms of cultivation and secret techniques, the Master of Chaos believed that he was much stronger than Fate. He still had the River of Chaos as his final trump card. However, the Master of Chaos knew very well that even if he used the River of Chaos to elevate himself to the extreme, he would only end up dead if he fought with Yi Xian. After all, the Master of Fate was an example. Yi Xian's cultivation had long surpassed that of an ultimate. Even if he was known as the #1 ultimate in the chaotic universe, he was nothing in front of Yi Xian. In the end, the Master of Chaos chose to compromise. He only wanted to send this demon away, no matter the price. After all, he only had one life. He did not want to die in Yi Xian's hands. On Yi Xian's way, the Master of Chaos had already prepared everything in hopes of avoiding this massacre. "You knew I would come." Looking at the Master of Chaos's calm expression, Yi Xian said indifferently. "What will come, and what should be avoided can't be avoided." The Master of Primal Chaos smiled bitterly and said, "Fellow Taoist, your cultivation is unparalleled in this world. I admit that I am no match for you. However, I hope that we can bury the hatchet. I am even willing to submit to you." The Master of Chaos was extremely humble. He did not have the dignity of the #1 ultimate in the chaotic universe. Instead, he was begging Yi Xian softly. Seeing the Master of Chaos's attitude, Yi Xian was slightly surprised. He thought that the Master of Chaos would resist. He did not expect him to be so humble. "I want the heaven-shattering cauldron." Yi Xian did not beat around the bush. He directly stated his purpose. "All right." Without any hesitation, the Master of Chaos took out the small cauldron and tossed it to Yi Xian. Furthermore, he had already severed his connection with the small cauldron. Yi Xian took the small cauldron and looked at the Master of Chaos in surprise. The Master of Chaos smiled bitterly. Clearly, he had already expected that Yi Xian would want the small cauldron. "Yi Daoyu, this cosmos sack contains 90% of the Chaos Divine Temple's resources. Whether it's secret arts, divine weapons, or chaos spiritual items, I'll give them all to you." The Master of Primal Chaos flipped his hand, and a cosmos sack appeared before he respectfully handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not stand on ceremony as he took the cosmos sack. He did not expect the Master of Chaos to be so tactful as to give him almost all of the treasures in the Chaos Temple. Yi Xian checked the cosmos sack in his hand and found that it was filled with extremely rare treasures. Just the Chaos sacred items alone numbered more than 20. Even Yi Xian was a little surprised by the Master of Chaos's wealth. "Fellow Taoist Yi, I've already done everything I can. In the future, no matter what orders you have, as long as you issue a decree, my Primal Chaos Divine Hall will definitely follow your orders. We definitely won't dare to have any other thoughts." After the Master of Chaos finished speaking, he bowed to Yi Xian. Clearly, he was submitting to Yi Xian. As the saying went, one does not hit a smiling face. Moreover, the Master of Chaos had already submitted and even personally handed over the heaven-shattering cauldron and many other treasures. This made Yi Xian nod slowly. After all, the Master of Chaos did not have much of a grudge with him. There was no reason to kill him. Moreover, the Master of Chaos was so sensible that Yi Xian was extremely satisfied. I admire smart people, and you happen to be a smart person. Not bad, not bad. Yi Xian spoke calmly. Then, he took a step forward. The sea of stars beneath his feet surged and pushed Yi Xian away from the Chaos Temple. However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave, his voice rang out in this part of the starry sky. Chaos, remember what you said. If you dare to go back on your promise today, you should know what will happen to you. I will definitely keep my promise. I won't dare to have any disloyalty. The Master of Chaos hurriedly replied. He was also making a promise to Yi Xian. Finally, Yi Xian completely disappeared from this part of the starry sky. With Yi Xian's departure, the Master of Chaos heaved a sigh of relief. A huge rock had finally been lifted from his heart. He had been cautious just now because he was afraid that Yi Xian would be ruthless. Fortunately, he had abandoned his dignity as the strongest throughout history and was extremely obedient to Yi Xian. In the end, he had managed to protect his life and the orthodoxy behind him. Heavenly Master, we've wronged you. The elders behind him were extremely bitter. They had been able to avoid being wiped out today all because the Master of Chaos had abandoned his dignity. Naturally, they felt extremely conflicted. He has long since surpassed the strongest. I'm no match for him. Even if I fought him to the death, I would only end up with my body and soul destroyed. Perhaps this is the final outcome. The Master of Chaos let out a long sigh. Compared to his own life, his dignity was really nothing. The starry sky was alone, and thoughts were flying everywhere. Yi Xian left the Chaos Temple. He did not continue on his journey because he had encountered a difficult problem. This problem had troubled him for a long time, but Yi Xian knew that he would have to face it sooner or later. The Space-Time Master. At this moment, among the three strongest, Yi Xian had already obtained 2 of the small cauldrons. The last one was in the hands of the Space-Time Master. Yi Xian could force those who refused to submit and kill them directly, but the Space-Time Master made things difficult for Yi Xian. After all, when he was weak, the Space-Time Master had helped him a lot. Yi Xian could not use force to force the Space-Time Master. However, he had to obtain the small cauldron in the Space-Time Master's hands. This was unavoidable. Yi Xian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He suppressed his troubled thoughts. Since he could not think of a way, he could only take one step at a time. Boom! Yi Xian took a step forward and rushed towards the Space-Time Temple. Space-Time Temple. The Space-Time Master stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distant starry sky as if waiting for someone to arrive. Heavenly Master, is Yi Xian really here? Lu Yaoxing. After entering the 11th Yuehui, he had also become a half-step strongest and was in charge of the Space-Time Temple. At this moment, Lu Yaoxing was slightly excited because he had learned from the Space-Time Master that Yi Xian was rushing towards the Space-Time Temple. The two of them had a deep friendship in the past, so Lu Yaoxing was naturally excited about Yi Xian's arrival. He should be here soon. Go and welcome him, the Space-Time Master said calmly. Yes, Heavenly Master. Lu Yaoxing hurriedly agreed and then strode out of the Space-Time Temple, ready to welcome Yi Xian's arrival. Sigh. The Space-Time Master sighed with a complicated look in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Brother Yi, is it really you? When Yi Xian appeared, Lu Yaoxing was extremely excited. He walked towards Yi Xian with large strides, his face brimming with friendliness. Brother Lu, congratulations on becoming a half-step strongest. Seeing an old friend, Yi Xian smiled. The Heavenly Master knows that you are coming and ordered me to welcome you here, Lu Yaoxing said with a smile. Oh. Yi Xian was stunned and then nodded in understanding. It seemed that the space-time master already knew his purpose for coming and also knew what had happened to Hun Dun and Fate. However, this was also good. It also saved Yi Xian the trouble of asking for the small cauldron. The space-time master must have already made his decision. Under Lu Yaoxing's lead, Yi Xian entered the space-time temple. The two of them chatted and laughed along the way. They had already experienced a Yuehui. Chapter 1774. The Space-Time Temple. As soon as Yi Xian stepped in, he saw the space-time master waiting for him. Lu Yaoxing wisely retreated, leaving only Yi Xian and the space-time master in the space-time temple. Mr. Yi, we meet again. The space-time master looked back at Yi Xian with a smile. Yi Xian could sense the change in the space-time master's words. The words, Mr., had an extremely different meaning. When his future self had returned to the past, he had taught the space-time master for a long time. At that time, the space-time master had addressed him as Mr. But in this life, he no longer used this title. Now that they met again, the space-time master addressed him as Mr., proving that he had received some sort of acknowledgement from the space-time master. You know why I'm here. Yi Xian strolled over to the space-time master and looked calmly at him. Although Yi Xian did not mention the heaven-shattering cauldron, Yi Xian believed that the space-time master knew why he had come. Buzz! The space-time master flipped his hand, and the heaven-shattering cauldron appeared. Then, he calmly handed it to Yi Xian. There was no trace of embarrassment on his face, but a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, the space-time master had cut off his connection with the small cauldron. This had damaged his mind, and Yi Xian could not bear to see it. Yi Xian solemnly took the small cauldron, then cupped his hands and bowed. Although neither of them spoke, everything was said without words. Many thanks. Yi Xian had many things to say, but in the end, he only spat out these two words. No matter how much he said, it would be too hypocritical. Mister, there is no need to thank me. The small cauldron is very important to you. I will give it to you sooner or later, and now is the time. The space-time master paused slightly, then looked at Yi Xian with a solemn expression and said, but before you leave, I want to tell you the secret of these three small cauldrons. Perhaps it will be of some help to you. Secret? Yi Xian was taken aback. He was curious about the secret that the master of time and space was talking about. He had already obtained the small cauldron from chaos and fate, but he had always felt that something was off about it. However, he could not figure out what it was. Perhaps the secret that the master of time and space was talking about was exactly what he was puzzled about. Sir, please take a seat. The space-time master waved his hand and summoned two prayer mats, inviting Yi Xian to sit down and talk. When the two of them sat down, the atmosphere was clearly somewhat heavy. After a full 10 breaths of time, the space-time master slowly opened his mouth and said, Sir, do you know why the three of us have 3 small cauldrons in our hands? Please enlighten me. Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. These 3 little cauldrons are known as the heaven-shattering cauldrons. However, to us 3 utmost powerful beings, they have another name. And that name is the cauldrons of origin. The master of time and space explained slowly. Cauldron of origin. Yi Xian was stunned. This was the first time he had heard this name, and at this moment, he had a faint understanding. Perhaps the master of spacetime would reveal an extremely shocking secret. As expected, the master of spacetime told him a secret regarding the 3 cauldrons, and this secret was related to the chaos verse. When the primordial chaos was opened, all living beings were born. When the first Aeon began, the first cauldron appeared in the world, and then fell into the hands of the master of primordial chaos. The master of primordial chaos then became the supreme being of the first Aeon. This first cauldron contained the power of primordial chaos, which was also known as the laws of primordial chaos. This cauldron helped the master of primordial chaos comprehend the mysteries of the river of primordial chaos, causing his cultivation base to increase with each passing day. When the second Aeon began, the master of destiny obtained the second cauldron. This second cauldron was similar to the first cauldron in that it contained the power of destiny, which also helped the master of destiny comprehend the mysteries of the river of destiny. The third Aeon was the same. The master of spacetime obtained the third cauldron, comprehended the mysteries of the river of time, and became the master of spacetime. Thus, these three cauldrons each contained the laws of primordial chaos, destiny, and spacetime. These three laws were the most fundamental things of the entire chaos-verse. To put it simply, these three laws were the foundation of the chaos-verse, and a series of things extended from this foundation. It was also because of the existence of these three laws that the chaos-verse could operate normally. If any of these laws were lost, terrifying changes would occur to the chaos-verse. The laws of primordial chaos contained all things, and everything was contained within them. The laws of destiny controlled the fates of all living beings. Every person was born with a predestined fate, and this was also known as destiny. The laws of spacetime were even easier to explain. The past, present, and future were all contained within the laws of spacetime. And when these three laws were first born, they existed within these three cauldrons. It was also because of these three cauldrons that the three paragons were born, and they were able to control the three rivers of time for their own use. The three laws. Yi Xian muttered in a daze. He seemed to have thought of something, and a look of astonishment flashed through his eyes. No wonder he had obtained the two cauldrons. On the way here, he had tried to comprehend their mysteries, but he hadn't discovered any forbidden secret arts. The only thing contained within them was the power of primordial chaos and destiny. Could this be the so-called origin energy of the primordial chaos and destiny spacetime? Sir, you might have thought of it. The reason why these three cauldrons are called the cauldrons of origin is because they contain the three laws. They are the origin energy of the primordial chaos and destiny spacetime. That is why the chaos-verse operates normally. Not a single one of the three laws can be missing. Paragons can fall, but the three laws exist eternally. This is the ultimate truth of the chaos-verse, and no one can break it, the spacetime lord said in a deep voice. This is the secret you spoke of? Yi Xian asked. No, I haven't finished. The next question is the most important one, the spacetime lord said with a grave expression. Yi Xian could also sense the fluctuations in the spacetime lord's emotions, and this caused him to listen carefully. He knew that what the spacetime lord was going to say next would be extremely important. Right now, it is the 11th Aeon. When the 12th Aeon begins, the chaos-verse will reach its end, and that door will appear at the end of the 12th Aeon. Actually, I can already sense that when the chaos-verse reaches its end, it will most likely be destroyed. Thus, in the past, the three of us took the cauldrons into the depths of the chaos-verse, hoping to open that door and obtain the ultimate secrets of the chaos-verse. Unfortunately, we all failed. That door is far too profound. It seems to be right in front of us, but we can't touch it. In fact, we might even suffer a calamity. That is the door of reincarnation. Not even forbidden figures can touch it, to say nothing of the three of you. Yi Xian understood the existence of that door better than the spacetime lord did. Given the cultivation bases of the three paragons, there was no way they could touch upon the secrets of that level. After all, in the history of the eternal universe, only the most powerful expert of the primordial era had ever opened that door. Everyone who came after him had failed. As for what lay beyond that door, only the most powerful expert of the primordial era knew. Chapter 1775. The Gate of Reincarnation. The spacetime lord murmured to himself. Then he smiled bitterly. This name is indeed very good. It seems that my guess was correct. When the chaos verse reaches its end, there will be an unimaginable destruction. Everything will be annihilated in the cycle of reincarnation. The space-time lord sighed with emotion. He had lived until the 11th Yuanying, so he had long since sensed the danger that would occur in the future. After all, he was the space-time lord, so he could faintly predict that some unpredictable things would happen in the future. What is the secret of the 3 cauldrons that you spoke of? Yi Xian went straight to the point. This was because what the space-time lord had just said was only the tip of the iceberg. However, Yi Xian believed that the secret of the 3 cauldrons was absolutely not so simple. There must be some other functions that he did not know of. Actually, this is not a secret. It is merely a legend that comes from the 3 cauldrons, the space-time lord said solemnly. What legend? Yi Xian asked. The space-time lord took a deep breath as if to stabilize his emotions. Then he finally said solemnly, these 3 cauldrons each contain the 3 laws of chaos, destiny, and space. Legend has it that if someone can comprehend the 3 laws of chaos within the cauldrons, they can use their own strength to activate the 3 rivers and merge them into one to form the legendary river of eternity. The 3 rivers merge into one to form the legendary river of eternity. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He was completely stunned. He had never imagined that the space-time lord would reveal such an earth-shattering secret. The river of eternity. Just these 4 words caused Yi Xian's heart to become extremely heavy. Even his breathing began to quicken. What was the river of eternity? Yi Xian did not understand. He did not understand either. This was the first time he had heard of this name. However, the space-time lord had said that the 3 rivers would merge into one to form the legendary river of eternity. This river of eternity was definitely not as simple as it seemed. It was probably unimaginably terrifying. What is the river of eternity? What use does the river of eternity have? Yi Xian quickly calmed himself down. He looked at the space-time king, waiting for him to give him an answer. In the past, the 3 of us tried to comprehend the 3 small cauldrons together. That was how we managed to obtain the information regarding the ancient river. The 3 of us even tried to combine the 3 great rivers into one and summon this legendary ancient river. But alas, we failed in the end. In the end, we came to a conclusion. Only one person can comprehend the primordial laws of time and space within the 3 cauldrons. Only then can the 3 great rivers be combined into one. As for what the eternal river is used for, it should be able to travel through time and space. This is the conclusion that the 3 of us came to in the end, the space-time lord said solemnly. Traveling through time. Yi Xian was extremely stunned. He did not understand the meaning of this sentence, but his heart was beating extremely fast, and his breathing began to quicken. You should know that your future self once traveled against the flow of the river of time to return to the past, but he was only able to return to the past of this chaos verse. At most, he could only return to the first period. That was the limit. If my deductions are correct, this legendary ancient river of eternity not only possesses unparalleled world-suppressing might, but it also has the heaven-defying ability to travel through time and space, the space-time lord said. You mean to say that the river of eternity can break through the limits of the chaos verse and allow someone to return to the previous chaos verse? Yi Xian was stunned. That's right. The space-time lord nodded solemnly. The previous chaos verse is 12 periods, but I believe that there is definitely a previous chaos verse. If you can use the river of eternity to travel back in time, you will naturally be able to discover many great secrets unknown to others. When the space-time lord finished speaking, Yi Xian was stunned speechless. His eyes began to glaze over. He had already thought of many things, and they were definitely not as simple as the space-time lord had imagined. If the legendary ancient river of eternity could break through the limits of the chaos verse and take him upstream to the previous chaos verse, did that mean that the river of eternity had the ability to reverse time and space? Not only would it allow him to return to the previous Chaos Verse, but it would also allow him to return to the three most powerful eras of all time. The Primordial Era, the Primeval Era, and the Primordial Era. These three eras were known as the three most powerful eras of all time. 3,000 great Daos still existed, and the laws of the universe were fully manifested. Countless heaven-defying experts had been born. Moreover, if the River of Eternity really could take him back to the three great eras where the myriad Daos competed for supremacy, then he would definitely be able to meet that handful of heaven-shaking, earth-shattering experts. Perhaps if he returned to the Primordial Era, he would be able to meet the legendary strongest expert of the Primordial Era. He might even be able to ask that person what was behind that door. When Yi Xian thought of this, his eyes turned crimson red. There was unconcealable excitement in his eyes. "Mr. Yi, what's wrong?" Seeing Yi Xian's flushed face, the Space-Time Lord was slightly startled. He clearly didn't understand why Yi Xian was so excited. Could it be because of the legendary ancient River of Eternity? Does the ancient River of Eternity really exist? Yi Xian abruptly raised his head to look at the Space-Time Lord, his eyes blazing with passion. It does exist, because this is information transmitted from the three small cauldrons. I believe that if you can comprehend the three origins of laws on your own, then perhaps you really can combine the three great rivers and make the legendary ancient River of Eternity appear in the world, said the Space-Time Lord. Many thanks. Yi Xian stood up and bowed solemnly. This secret was far too important to him. If the Space-Time Lord hadn't told him today, then perhaps he would never have known this secret. Mr. Yi, there's no need to thank me. Right now, the three small cauldrons are in your possession. Perhaps this is a fated opportunity. If you can comprehend the three origins of laws, then perhaps when the chaotic universe reaches its end, I can rely on you to find a way out, said the Space-Time Lord. I'll remember this favor. I'll definitely repay you in the future. Yi Xian didn't waste any words. He only gave the Space-Time Lord a guarantee. After that, the two of them chatted for half a day. Yi Xian stood up and bid farewell. He was impatient to comprehend the origins of laws within the three small cauldrons. Moreover, there were less than 30 million years before he would head to the Primordial Era's Forbidden Land. 30 million years seemed like a long time, but when it came to comprehending the origins of laws within the three small cauldrons, perhaps this amount of time was extremely short. Moreover, the trip to the Primordial Era's Forbidden Land was filled with danger. He had to make ample preparations, so he was too pressed for time. He could only end this conversation and find a place for seclusion to prepare for his trip to the Primordial Era's Forbidden Land. The Space-Time Lord personally sent Yi Xian off. Lu Yaoxing wanted to catch up with Yi Xian, but Yi Xian could only tactfully decline and hurriedly leave the Space-Time Temple. Chapter 1776. It was a withered star. Rays of starlight mist rose and gradually covered the entire star before it completely disappeared from the starry sky. It was as if the star did not exist in this starry sky universe. Inside the star, Yi Xian sat cross-legged as the halo of heaven burial reincarnation appeared on his body. The 12 divine gates rotated behind him and the three small cauldrons floated in front of him. The origin of the three great laws. Yi Xian looked at the three small cauldrons in front of him quietly. His gaze was deep and serene. Obviously, he wanted to comprehend the three great laws in the three small cauldrons. If he succeeded, he would be able to combine the three great rivers and summon the legendary ancient Long River. Of course, Yi Xian knew that it was not that simple. However, he was confident that he could succeed. It was just that he did not know if he could make it in 30 million years. If he could comprehend the three elemental laws, he might not be able to combine the three elemental laws into one to form the eternal river. Just comprehending the three elemental laws would allow him to mobilize the three elemental laws in battle, and he would not need to fear these taboo characters. Therefore, regardless of whether it was to summon the ancient Long River or to prepare for the trip to the ancient impasse, he had to comprehend the three great laws within 30 million years. Phew! Yi Xian slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He calmed his mind and adjusted his mental state, allowing his essence, energy, and spirit to reach a perfect state. Begin. Yi Xian picked up a small cauldron and probed his consciousness into the small cauldron. He began to comprehend the origin of the laws. The small cauldron contained the space-time law origin. It was also the easiest cauldron for Yi Xian to obtain. As he had cultivated space-time power before, he was extremely familiar with space-time Tao. Therefore, the small cauldron was his first choice. Buzz! When Yi Xian began to comprehend the first small cauldron, something wonderful happened. A weak space-time aura appeared on the first small cauldron and it kept pulsating on the cauldron. A mysterious sound was faintly heard in the silent void. At the beginning, this profound sound was extremely weak, but along with the ceaseless passage of time, this sound grew louder and louder, and it was even to the extent that it reverberated endlessly like the morning bell, causing one's soul to tremble. Yi Xian suddenly frowned while his countenance suddenly turned pale, and a strand of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, comprehending the quintessence of the space-time laws had caused his soul to be injured, and even his mind had started to become unstable. Freeze! Yi Xian spat out the sound of thunder. Fortunately, he had cultivated the power of time and space. When he realized that something was wrong, he quickly activated the heaven burial art, stabilizing his divine soul and mind. Time passed in the blink of an eye. On a certain day thousands of years later, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. A strand of the presence of time erupted from his eyes. The small cauldron in his hand shone brightly as a mysterious and profound rune appeared. Wang! In an instant, the mysterious rune shot into Yi Xian's glabella, and an ancient aura erupted from Yi Xian's body. Success! Yi Xian roared in excitement. He had used a total of 10 million years to finally comprehend the quintessence of the space-time laws. It seemed that he could affect the space-time operation of the chaotic universe with just a raise of his hand. At this moment, Yi Xian was very confident that under the use of the power of time and space, even the space-time master would have to admit defeat. This was because the quintessence of time and space that he had comprehended had allowed Yi Xian to use the power of time and space to the extreme. At this moment, Yi Xian only needed to move his mind to summon the river of time, and he could even control the river of time to fight. Moreover, Yi Xian's cultivation base surpassed that of the omnipotent. With his cultivation base of the 12 heavenly gates, he would definitely display an extremely terrifying battle strength when he activated the river of time. Yi Xian wanted to try this power, but he still calmed his restless heart because he was pressed for time. He still had to comprehend the remaining two small cauldrons. This was because he had used 10 million years to comprehend the first small cauldron, and this was because he had cultivated the power of time and space before. The remaining two small cauldrons might take him even longer, so he had to speed up. Yi Xian calmed himself down and spat out a mouthful of foul air before he picked up the second tiny cauldron and started to comprehend the quintessence laws within it. The second cauldron was filled with the origin of the laws of fate. This was a great challenge for Yi Xian. He had just begun to comprehend it, but Yi Xian had already encountered a great problem. Cryptic and difficult to understand, every step was difficult. As Yi Xian comprehended the origin of the fate law, his brows furrowed. His comprehension speed was as slow as a turtle's. At this rate, even if he was given 50 million years, he wouldn't be able to comprehend the origin of the fate law. This won't do. At this rate, before I can comprehend the essence of the laws of fate, the ancient deadlands will have already been opened. Yi Xian spoke in a low and gloomy voice, and he temporarily gave up on comprehending the tiny cauldron and started to think hard about if there was any way to speed up his comprehension. If the space-time master were to see this scene, he would definitely be dumbfounded and would even reprimand Yi Xian for being too greedy. One had to know that the three strongest had once tried to comprehend the three tiny cauldrons together, but the three of them were unable to comprehend the quintessence of the laws of fate in the hands of others. In the end, they also failed. But now, Yi Xian had comprehended the space-time quintessence and continued to comprehend the laws of fate. Although his speed was a little slower, he could still comprehend it, and the three strongest didn't even have the chance to do so. Therefore, Yi Xian was too greedy and simply didn't know how to be content. Time passed bit by bit. Yi Xian was thinking hard. For 1,000 years, he had been thinking about how to speed up his comprehension of the fate law, but he still couldn't think of a way. Damn it! If I had cultivated the power of fate before, I would definitely be able to speed up my comprehension. Yi Xian had just finished speaking when his expression suddenly froze. After 3 breaths of time, he slapped his forehead, and an extremely self-mocking expression appeared on his face. I'm really stupid. Why would I go to such a dead end? Yi Xian's thoughts were suddenly enlightened. He had actually forgotten that although he hadn't cultivated the power of fate, he still had an extremely terrifying forbidden technique. Eternal Dream. Yes, it was the Eternal Dream. He had sunk into the Eternal Dream for 10,000 eras and turned into countless people. He had even deduced the techniques of these people. As long as he used the Eternal Dream, he would naturally be able to comprehend the quintessence of the laws of fate like the Master of Fate. It would naturally be twice the result with half the effort. Rumble. Yi Xian finally came to his senses and directly activated the Eternal Dream. His entire aura became extremely deep and was shrouded in fog. In the next moment, the power of fate revolved around Yi Xian's body and he began to comprehend the second tiny cauldron. As expected. After using the Eternal Dream, Yi Xian began to comprehend the second tiny cauldron at an extremely fast speed. His speed was even faster than before. Time passed quickly, and time passed quickly. This time, Yi Xian only used 3 million years to comprehend the quintessence of the laws of fate. The second rune fused into his glabella and completely grasped the quintessence of the laws of fate. Chapter 1777. Great! Yi Xian clapped his hands and laughed. After comprehending the destiny law of origin, he could now summon the river of destiny and mobilize its power. However, after Yi Xian's excitement, he calmed himself down again. There was only one small cauldron left. As long as he comprehended the primal chaos law of origin, he would have succeeded. Continue. Yi Xian did not delay. He picked up the last small cauldron and began to comprehend the primal chaos law of origin. With the help of the Eternal Dream, Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast. He was very familiar with the primal chaos law of origin. There was no difficulty at all. However, Yi Xian actually took 15 million years to comprehend the last small cauldron. It was twice as long as comprehending the destiny law of origin. It had to be said that the primal chaos law of origin was profound and profound. It was not that Yi Xian was not fast enough, but that it was too profound. Fortunately, Yi Xian finally succeeded. Buzz! The 3 small cauldrons floated in the void. Yi Xian's eyes were deep and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. There was an indescribable excitement in his eyes. At this moment, he had comprehended all 3 primal chaos law of origin. He could summon the 3 long rivers and mobilize them for battle. This had also directly raised his combat strength to another level. It could be said that he had taken another step forward. He also had great confidence in his trip to the ancient Forbidden Land. Yi Xian quickly calmed down. He secretly calculated the time. He had used 28 million years to comprehend the 3 small cauldrons. Now, there were only 2 million years left before the trip to the ancient Forbidden Land. Although time was a little short, Yi Xian still wanted to take the last step. The 3 long rivers would merge into one and become the legendary Eternal River. This was Yi Xian's ambition and goal. Boom! Yi Xian broke out of the star. The star that he was in seclusion exploded and he appeared in the starry universe. Come! Yi Xian did not hesitate. The power of the three primal chaos law of origin bloomed and immediately caused an extremely shocking change in the starry universe. Rumble. The starry sky dimmed, and all things were distorted. Only the sound of crashing waves could be heard in the void of the heavens. There were also three rivers passing through the universe and faintly appearing, whoosh. The three great rivers had existed since time immemorial. Their great waves overturned the sky, shaking the entire starry universe. Their immeasurable power was world-shaking, and it was simply awe-inspiring. At this moment, Yi Xian was dressed in black. His hair was fluttering in the wind, and his clothes were flapping in the wind. He looked up at the three long rivers above his head, and his entire body was emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Rumble. Three long rivers. The Tongtian pierced through the ground. They were completely connected to Yi Xian's aura. The power of these three long rivers was too terrifying. Even Yi Xian's mind was trembling with excitement. With these three long rivers by his side, Yi Xian would be fearless even in the face of a taboo character. He would even dare to fight to the death. However, the three long rivers were not enough for Yi Xian. What he really wanted was the primal chaos river. Only when the three long rivers were combined into one could the primal chaos river appear. Boundless chaos, primal chaos, primal chaos. Rumble. The 12 heavenly gates rumbled and rotated. The halo of heaven burial samsara bloomed terrifyingly. Yi Xian's hands formed a circle, and he struck out the three primal chaos laws in an attempt to combine the three long rivers. Whoosh! Something earth-shattering happened. The three long rivers were in a terrifying riot. The shocking waves roared and surged, and they actually began to combine. An indescribable aura also erupted at this moment. Condense. Yi Xian roared at the sky. His eyes were fiery red, and he crazily urged his cultivation to combine the three long rivers. Boom! All of a sudden. The moment the waves of the three long rivers collided, an unimaginable force burst out and acted directly on Yi Xian's body. Bang! Barf! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying by the force. His body exploded horribly, and a large amount of blood spurted out. Backlash. The backlash of the three long rivers. How terrifying were the three long rivers. Yi Xian summoned the three long rivers alone, but he actually wanted to combine the three long rivers. This was not a power that he could control at all. It was too much. It was really too much. With Yi Xian's current cultivation, although he had comprehended the three primal chaos laws and could mobilize the power of the three long rivers, it was impossible for him to combine the three long rivers into one and transform them into the primal chaos river. If Yi Xian were to forcefully combine the three great rivers into one, then the backlash would most likely take his life. The three long rivers were not just for show. There were countless chaotic universes. The power of the backlash was enough to destroy Yi Xian's body and soul. Qi. Yi Xian was bathed in blood. He stabilized his injuries and turned back. He looked at the three long rivers with an extremely unwilling expression. Damn it! Yi Xian instantly understood. With his current cultivation, he could not combine the three long rivers. This was the most fundamental problem. Whoosh, under Yi Xian's unwilling gaze, the three long rivers gradually turned illusory and then completely disappeared from the starry sky. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. His expression turned into helplessness. The backlash was too terrifying. Even the 12 heavenly gates could not withstand it. Fortunately, Yi Xian was only slightly injured. It was not enough to take his life. The 12 heavenly gates could be considered to be invulnerable. They had protected him from the consequences of this adventure. Sigh. Yi Xian sighed helplessly. His cultivation was his greatest weakness. He could only temporarily give up on the idea of combining the 3 long rivers. He could only wait for his cultivation to improve. Perhaps only then would he have the opportunity to combine the 3 long rivers into the eternal long rivers. Wine. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the starry sky. The 12 heavenly gates rotated. He began to recover from his injuries. Only by maintaining his peak state could he face the trials of the future. Fortunately, Yi Xian's injuries were not too serious. Moreover, he had many chaotic sacred treasures in his possession. They were enough to allow him to recover at the fastest speed possible. However, this still took up 100,000 years of Yi Xian's time. The stars in the sky rotated. 3 small cauldrons were placed in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at them with rapt attention. His injuries had already been healed. His cultivation had also returned to its peak. Wine. Yi Xian's glabella flickered. The ancient bronze scripture appeared. As the pages of the scripture kept flipping, the 3 small cauldrons in front of Yi Xian turned into 3 beams of light and merged into the ancient bronze scripture. 10 small cauldrons. Yi Xian held the ancient bronze scripture in his hands. He kept flipping the pages of the scripture. A total of 10 small cauldrons imprinted on each page of the scripture. At this moment, Yi Xian already had 10 small cauldrons in his hands. There were still 2 left. According to the heartless man, there was an 11th small cauldron in the ancient deadland. It was also something that he was determined to obtain. Although Yi Xian was extremely disappointed that the 3 long rivers did not transform into the eternal long rivers, he had comprehended the 3 great law origins. He could activate the 3 long rivers in battle. This made Yi Xian feel slightly gratified. The trip to the ancient deadland is coming. I have to make some preparations. Yi Xian muttered. Chapter 1778. There were still more than 1,000,000 years before the date Yi Xian and the Heartless agreed upon. Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry to leave, as he still needed to make ample preparations. Buzz. With a flip of his hand, Yi Xian summoned a dozen Qinkuan pouches. As he opened them, thousands of terrifying spiritual lights flickered in the cosmos. These were chaos treasures Yi Xian had plundered. The value of each one was unimaginable. Yi Xian wanted to use these treasures to forge some terrifying forbidden weapons. This was also a guarantee for his trip to the ancient deadlands. First, Yi Xian created 3,000 grains of quicksand. They were only a tiny pinch in his hand, and Yi Xian called them soulfall sand. However, soulfall sand was not to be underestimated. It contained 9 types of chaos poison, making it an extremely vicious forbidden weapon. Next, Yi Xian forged a 9 extinction soul destruction banner. This banner was forged from 81 types of extremely mean and poisonous materials. It was extremely vicious and specialized in destroying souls. Finally, Yi Xian combined the astral origin art with the heaven burial art. He used thousands of chaos treasures to forge 365 formation flags. They were also inscribed with the most vicious formations. They were supreme treasures for sneak attacks. Of course, these 3 extremely vicious treasures weren't much of a threat to taboo figures. However, Yi Xian had a terrifying taboo technique like the Great Dream of Eternity, so these 3 treasures instantly became extremely terrifying. Yi Xian used 1,000,000 years to create the forbidden power of death using the eternal dream and poured it all into these 3 vicious weapons. Even Yi Xian's cultivation was greatly damaged. After doing all this, Yi Xian still felt that it wasn't enough. He even poured the 3 law origins he had just comprehended into them. After doing all this, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. He carefully put the 3 extremely vicious treasures into his Qinkuan pouch. Yi Xian swallowed a large number of pills to restore his lost cultivation to its peak. At this time, the trip to the ancient Deadlands was nearing. Let's go. Yi Xian's gaze focused as he executed stellar teleportation and headed directly towards the last day's grounds. Because there were merely 10,000 years left until the agreement between him and the Heartless was fulfilled. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to make a trip to the Heaven-Devouring Devil Hall and kill the Heaven-Devouring Devil's sovereign along the way to settle the grudges of the past. However, Yi Xian did not have enough time. He could only put this matter aside for now. When he returned from the ancient extremis, killing the Heaven-Devouring Demon Lord would be as easy as slaughtering a pig. After all, the trip to the ancient extremis was the most important. The last days. Boom! As soon as Yi Xian arrived, the Heartless person quietly appeared. She was surrounded by an aura of death. Although she did not release any power, she gave off an extremely palpitating feeling. It was obvious that 30 million years had passed, and the injuries she suffered before had already recovered. Yi Xian could feel the threat that the other party posed to him. "You're very punctual." The Heartless person glanced at Yi Xian indifferently and discovered that Yi Xian's cultivation was still the same as before. This made her secretly relieved. To be honest, she was really afraid that Yi Xian would combine the 12 heaven gates in the next 30 million years. Otherwise, it was very likely that an unforeseen event would occur during this trip to the ancient extremis. Unfortunately, the Heartless person did not know that although Yi Xian's cultivation had not improved in the past 30 million years, his combat strength had increased again. The 3 long rivers had become his trump card. Moreover, he had created 3 extremely vicious treasures that were extremely harmful to even taboo figures. "I've always been very punctual, and I'm especially curious about the ancient extremis. I'm also determined to obtain the 11th small cauldron," Yi Xian said indifferently. "Your courage is commendable. I hope you can achieve your wish. However, I have to remind you that those who can enter the ancient extremis are all old monsters who have lived for countless years. Each of them can be considered a taboo. You'd better be careful," said the Heartless person. "Thank you for the reminder." Yi Xian smiled faintly, but a sinister glint flashed through his eyes. Yi Xian was absolutely certain that the Heartless person was using him. She wanted to achieve a certain goal in the ancient extremis, and it was definitely not just for the 11th small cauldron. Of course, Yi Xian was also using her. There was no way he would trust her. Both sides were just using each other. The ancient astral path to the ancient extremis is about to open. We will set off now. Follow closely behind me. The Heartless person did not waste any words. The forbidden light rippled with a loud rumble, transforming into a black beam of light that entered the cosmos. "Let's see what tricks you can play." Yi Xian sneered inwardly as he followed the Heartless person into the vast cosmos. The cosmos was boundless, and the cosmos was vast. There were many ancient astral paths in the Chaos Verse. Some had been opened by predecessors, while others had been formed naturally. The man-made ancient astral paths were the masterpieces of taboo characters. Although they could be said to be dangerous, so long as one knew the path, they would naturally be more daunting than dangerous. However, there were some naturally formed ancient astral paths that even taboo characters had to be wary of. For example, this ancient starry sky path that led to the ancient extremis was naturally formed, and it contained unimaginable dangers. So, it was extremely likely that one's body and soul would be obliterated if one took a wrong step. At this moment, Yi Xian and the Heartless person were in an extremely desolate region of the cosmos. There was not even a single star to be seen, giving off a feeling of lethargy as far as the eye could see. "Is this where the ancient astral path will open?" Yi Xian frowned. The Heartless person nodded. "That's right. There are still about 1,000 years before the ancient astral path opens. We just have to wait here patiently. What about those taboo characters? Yi Xian looked around this extremely desolate region of the cosmos. Apart from him and the heartless person, he did not see any other taboo characters. Don't worry, they will definitely come. You should still worry about yourself. After all, you have a relationship with many of them, the heartless person said with an unfathomable smile. Rumble. Just as the two of them were talking, a terrifying fluctuation came from the distant starry sky. The forbidden death light was spreading over, and a figure was approaching from afar. The ancestor of all beasts. The third one to arrive was the ancestor of all beasts who had crossed paths with Yi Xian in the past. After not seeing him for many years, the ancestor of all beasts was still full of pressure as before. When he saw Yi Xian here, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. He would never forget that when Yi Xian was crossing the primal chaos heavenly punishment, that boundless dark figure walked out from his soul, causing his mind to tremble and panic to the extreme. He was not sure if Yi Xian was the reincarnation of a taboo, but he was sure that Yi Xian was not an ordinary person. However, when the ancestor of all beasts saw the heartless person beside Yi Xian, he frowned slightly. He obviously knew the heartless person's origin, but he did not expect Yi Xian to be with her. Chapter 1779. Young friend Yi, we meet again. The ancestor of beasts strolled over and nodded calmly at Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had once helped him break the curse of the star behemoths. Although he'd already repaid the favor, they could still be considered old acquaintances. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Yi Xian cupped his hands in return. He didn't address the ancestor of beasts respectfully, because he didn't need to at his current level of cultivation. The ancestor of beasts smiled faintly, not minding at all. He also viewed Yi Xian as someone of the same cultivation level. After all, the 12 heavenly gates weren't just for show. Rumble. At the same time, two terrifying auras as ancient as the heavens rolled over, and two mysterious figures quietly appeared in Yi Xian's field of vision. It really is them. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he recognized the newcomers. Aeon Shadow. An old monster who'd lived in countless chaotic universes, he stared silently at Yi Xian, then swept his gaze over the heartless man. The other person was a forbidden character who'd walked out of the river of chaos. He was still shrouded in the forbidden light of death, but his scarlet eyes were fixed on Yi Xian as he silently assessed Yi Xian. Yi Xian, we meet again. Aeon Shadow strolled over to Yi Xian and looked down at Yi Xian from above, his eyes as deep and unfathomable as an ancient pond. Should I call you Time or Time? Yi Xian asked coolly. Heh. Aeon Shadow blinked, then glanced at the heartless man, understanding flashing through his scarlet eyes. It seems this girl has told you everything. That's good too. Since you already know my origins, it saves me the trouble of telling you myself. As for my former title, I've long since forgotten it. You can call me Time if you want, because that's what they all call me, Aeon Shadow said coolly. Old man, don't think that you can take advantage of your seniority in front of me just because you've lived for a long time. Wuxian's expression was cold. The forbidden death light was fluctuating terrifyingly. It was clear that being called a girl by the eternal shadow made her feel discontent. Wanguin Shadow sneered, you've only learned a few things. You're just a survivor of the previous chaos verse. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Boom. The heartless person's beautiful eyes turned cold, and a scarlet color rose from the bottom of her eyes. The rolling death light soared into the sky. Clearly, she was really angry, and her jade-like hands were slightly raised. We haven't even entered the ancient forbidden ground, and the ancient path of stars hasn't opened yet. Could it be that you want to fight here? The forbidden figure who had emerged from the river of chaos spoke in a hoarse voice. As he spoke, the Aeon Shadow and the Heartless Man both stopped breathing and fell silent. One had to know that this forbidden figure who had walked out of the river of chaos had lived for an unfathomable amount of time. Perhaps he had lived for even longer than the shadow of eternity, which was why the two of them were wary of him. Yi Xian, this isn't a place you should have come to, but since you're here, you should be prepared to die, the forbidden figure from the river of chaos said indifferently. The taboo figure that walked out of the river of primal chaos spoke indifferently. His unfathomable words echoed in all directions. It was obvious that he was targeting Yi Xian. Back when he had emerged from the river of chaos, he had wanted to kill Yi Xian. If not for his misgivings, he wouldn't have let Yi Xian live until now. I think I'll live well. Maybe you'll be the one who dies. Yi Xian said indifferently, not fearing the other party's threat at all. Primal Chaos Supreme God, he doesn't take you seriously. I think you should save your breath, Wangu Yin Shadow sneered. The forbidden entity from the river of primal chaos looked on coldly at Aeon Shadow, but didn't say anything. After all, he couldn't be bothered to engage in a war of words. Everyone is here. It's really lively. Rumble. Black and white chessboard lights, life and death auras, and starlight spread out as the chess ancestor arrived with the black and white chessboard in his hand. However, the chess ancestor was very different from the other forbidden figures. Not only was he surrounded by the forbidden death light, but half of his life force also appeared. He gave off a strange feeling of being half dead. Humph, you're here to join in the fun. Aren't you afraid of dying in the ancient forbidden land? The myriad beasts' ancestor sneered. Even dead people like you are here. Why can't a half-dead existence like me come? The chess ancestor smiled warmly, unaffected by the myriad beasts' ancestor's provocation. However, when he looked at Yi Xian, he nodded and smiled amiably as though he was expressing goodwill to Yi Xian. Looking at the black and white lights surrounding the chess ancestor, Yi Xian's eyes were extremely deep. Why did the chess ancestor, a forbidden figure, not only have the forbidden death light, but half of his life force? Perhaps sensing the doubts in Yi Xian's heart, Heartless sent a voice transmission. The chess ancestor is half dead. He was the one who established the Chaos Star Master lineage. However, he's a servant of the Chaos Universe. When the Chaos Universe's samsara was destroyed, the apocalyptic calamity was the weakest for him. He relied on the means of a Chaos Star Master to preserve half of his life force, allowing him to escape the calamity. He ended up in his half-dead state. However, this person is extremely ambitious. He wants to become a true living person, one of the few terrifying forbidden lands. He originally thought that he would be stronger than us because he was half dead, but he never expected that the life and death auras would cancel each other out, resulting in him being the weakest. However, this person is extremely scheming. He even treats forbidden figures as chess pieces. Although his cultivation level is lacking, he has many means. You have to be careful not to fall into his trap. Heartless said a lot and even gave the chess ancestor a pertinent evaluation. This also made Yi Xian take a deep look at the chess ancestor. From the looks of it, this old fellow wasn't a good person either. Of course. It wasn't just the chess ancestor. None of the forbidden figures present were good people. All of them were scheming and astute, and each of them had a powerful cultivation level. And now, Yi Xian had seen all these people before. According to his speculation, there would be other forbidden figures coming soon. Who were these forbidden figures that he had never met before? Yi Xian, you really are here. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was pondering, a sinister voice echoed in the starry sky. A figure covered in death light walked over from the edge of the starry sky. Rumble. With this person's appearance, the terrifying forbidden death light blotted out the sky, causing all the forbidden figures present to look at each other in shock. They were not shocked by the person's cultivation level. What they were truly shocked by was the person's aura. This was because the other party's aura was extremely unfamiliar. It meant that they did not know this forbidden figure. One had to know that forbidden figures had all interacted with each other before. Furthermore, they had lived for extremely long periods of time. If even they had never seen a forbidden figure before, it meant that the other party was very likely of forbidden existence in the present era. This was simply inconceivable. Just as everyone was guessing the other party's identity, the forbidden figure instantly appeared in front of them. And a face that Yi Xian was extremely familiar with also appeared in front of him. Chapter 1780. It's you. Yi Xian looked at the newcomer in astonishment. Even though Yi Xian had been calm from the beginning to the end in front of all the taboos present, his expression suddenly changed when he saw this person. The Undying Heaven Lord. That's right, it was the Undying Heaven Lord. He was covered in death light, and his eyes were scarlet. Terrifying death chi surrounded his body, and there was no sign of life on him at all. His face was pale, and his gaze was sinister. He stared at Yi Xian like a venomous ghost. The killing intent in his eyes was so dense that it seemed like he wanted to skin Yi Xian alive. Yi Xian, I'm still alive. You didn't expect this, did you? Boom, boom, boom. The Undying Heaven Lord walked toward Yi Xian step by step. However, with every step he took, the starry sky trembled. The forbidden death power that filled the sky was extremely terrifying. Yi Xian calmed down after his initial shock. Although he was surprised that the Undying Heaven Lord was still alive and had turned into a taboo, he did not see the Undying Heaven Lord as a threat. Go to hell. Roar. In the next moment, the Undying Heaven Lord roared with venomous hatred. He had suffered so much in order to come back to life, all for the sake of turning Yi Xian into ashes. No. He wanted to eat Yi Xian's flesh and drink his blood. Even then, he would not be able to dispel the hatred in his heart. Rumble. The forbidden death power covered the sky and turned into a giant palm that smashed down on Yi Xian. This was an attack from a taboo, and it was extremely terrifying. You're just a piece of trash. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Boom. Yi Xian's 5 fingers raised into the sky, and the heaven burial reincarnation chain exploded in the starry sky. The palm that covered the sky smashed down on the Undying Heaven Lord. Rumble. The two of them matched each other's words. When enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. Both wanted to kill the other, so their attacks were earth-shattering. Bind. Suddenly, before the two of them could exchange blows, the chess ancestor appeared in front of them. The black and white chessboard in his hand flickered with starlight and actually dissolved the two's attacks. Fellow Taoists, please stop. Chess ancestor's intervention caused Yi Xian to frown slightly. Undying Heaven Lord stared coldly, but both of them stopped at the same time. After all, everyone present was a taboo, and the situation could be said to be extremely complicated. Naturally, he would not offend anyone if he could. Senior, Yi Xian and I have an irreconcilable enmity. Please don't interfere. The Undying Heaven Lord appeared very humble and even addressed the chess ancestor as a senior. Clearly, he had not lost his cool and knew who he could offend and who he could not. Fellow Taoist, you're being too modest. Fellow Taoist, being able to transform into a taboo means that we're fellow Taoists. You can just call me fellow Taoist. However, we taboos have set a rule for the trip to the ancient Deadland. Before entering the ancient Deadland, no one is to fight, no matter how great the grudge is. If anyone violates this rule, the others will rise together to kill them, said Chess Ancestor with a smile. The Undying Heaven Lord's expression changed slightly. Then, he looked around at the taboos present. Indeed, he discovered that they were looking at him with unfriendly gazes. If fellow Taoist really wants to fight with him, we will not interfere in this matter after we enter the ancient Deadland, said Chess Ancestor warmly. All right. The undying Heaven Lord nodded slowly and stared viciously at Yi Xian. It was as though he was telling Yi Xian that he would not be able to live for long. Yi Daoyu, please abide by the rules set by us taboos. Chess Ancestor turned around and smiled at Yi Xian. Is what he said true? Yi Xian frowned slightly and looked at Wu Xian beside him. He wanted to confirm if this matter was true. Originally, Yi Xian had the intention to kill Undying here. If he really entered the ancient Deadland with Undying, who knew when this fellow would secretly stab him? That's right. We, the taboo realm, have set a rule. Before entering the ancient era's danger grounds, no one is allowed to fight. If anyone violates this rule, then everyone will join hands to kill that person, the heartless person replied. All right. Yi Xian nodded calmly. However, a ruthless look flashed across his eyes. He never believed in rules. He only believed that whoever had the bigger fist was right. This was because rules were set by people. If one wanted to break the rules, one would need to have the strength to ignore the rules. Yi Xian did not believe that these taboos would be so honest. They probably had their own thoughts and methods. However, Yi Xian could not make a move now. He could only wait for an opportunity to kill Undying secretly. After all, Undying hated him to the core. It was only right to kill him as soon as possible. There is still 1,000 years before the ancient starry path opens. Let's wait patiently and not cause any more trouble, said Primal Chaos Supreme God. He was also a taboo who walked out of the long river of chaos. He spoke faintly. His scarlet eyes looked around at everyone, giving off a faint pressure. That's right. This ancient starry path is already unstable. If we really fight here, this part of the starry sky will collapse, said Eternal Shadow coldly. Clearly, these two people had the strongest cultivation bases among these taboo characters, and they were vaguely showing signs of taking the lead. Yi Xian, once you enter the ancient Deadland, it will be the time of your death. Undying Heaven Lord looked at Yi Xian sinisterly. Then, he found a place to sit cross-legged and closed his eyes. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Once we enter the ancient Deadland, I will definitely kill you. Yi Xian did not speak nonsense. He only looked at Undying Heaven Lord coldly. In his heart, he had already sentenced him to death. It was just that Yi Xian was extremely puzzled. How did this Undying Heaven Lord come back from the dead? How did he become a taboo? One must know that back then, he personally destroyed Undying Heaven Lord's body and soul. It was impossible for Undying Heaven Lord to survive. Also, how terrifying was a taboo tribulation. Back then, he personally saw the human Tao Lord fail to pass the tribulation. Even the human Tao Lord who had such a strong cultivation base failed. How could the Undying Heaven Lord become a taboo? Just as Yi Xian was guessing, several extremely terrifying fluctuations transmitted over, causing Yi Xian's thoughts to turn. He wondered which taboo character had arrived. Rumble. Everyone, I've made you wait for a long time. A black-robed figure arrived. His entire body was also shrouded in death chi. It was just that no one could see his appearance clearly. Other than the death chi, there was also an indescribable aura of laws revolving around him, causing people to feel their hearts palpitating. Who is he? Yi Xian only glanced at this person, and his mind actually trembled. He secretly sent a sound transmission to Wu Xian to ask. The Death Divinity. I don't know which chaotic universe he came from. He comprehended the grand Tao of death. You should be careful. Wu Xin gave a brief introduction. Clearly, he did not know much about this person's origin. After all, the chaotic universe had been destroyed countless times. It was already a miracle for one person to survive after each chaotic universe was destroyed. However, there was one thing in common. Anyone who could survive would definitely be considered a peerless genius. The death divinity. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. From these 4 words, he could feel that this person comprehended the grand Tao of death. The technique he cultivated should also be extremely terrifying. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.